Chapter 52. Looking at the empty wine cup, Qing Yutong was filled with hatred. Just now, I shouldn't have finished the wine cup in one gulp and should have slowly tasted it. Qing Yutong's gaze immediately moved to the other two cups. Yi Hua and Qing Ye picked up the wine cup at the same time, causing Qing Yutong to stomp her feet in anger. These two stingy fellows. Qing Ye finally knew why her little sister would reveal such an expression. This wine is really delicious, so delicious that it could explode. I feel that my taste buds have been opened up. I have never drunk such a delicious drink before. Qing Ye, it's fine to drink this. Yi Hua said faintly, then picked up the knife and fork and began to enjoy the fresh meat of the ancient beast. Qing Ye lightly, then sipped on the meat bit by bit, causing Qing Yutong's saliva to flow out. Brother-in-law, I want more, Qing Yutong shouted out sweetly, continuously twisting her body like a child acting coquettishly. Yi Hua unhurriedly ate a piece of meat, and he felt that the taste was still the same. There wasn't much change. You can only drink 1 cup a week. What, brother-in-law, you are just stingy. Humph, that's right. Qing Ye followed along and agreed. Seems like I also want to drink it every day. Can you guys drink the blood of the ancient beast every day? Aren't you afraid of it exploding? Qing Yutong looked at the fresh red meat on the plate and made up her mind. Isn't it just red meat? I have even eaten red steaks before. Yi Hua chose one of the 3 pieces of meat, then cut a small piece and stuffed it into his mouth with his eyes narrowed. 1 seconds later. Qing Yutong opened her eyes wide once again. What kind of meat is this? It actually melted in my mouth. This is the meat of the cleansing star sparrow. It has the miraculous effect of melting in one's mouth, and it can even strengthen one's body. How many overlords want to have a taste of this meat, but the cleansing star sparrow's strength is too strong, and they are unable to catch up. Looking at brother-in-law's calm face, Qing Yutong finally understood why the system pushed me to brother-in-law. This is the hidden super big boss. Big sister, quickly eat the meat, it is super delicious. Qing Ye seemed to still be worried. Qing Ye, I won't joke around with children. Yi Hua said gravely, this woman actually doesn't trust me this much. Qing Ye let out a heavy breath. Due to the fact that Yi Hua had done a lot of unreasonable things before, I am worried about him. She elegantly cut a piece of tender meat and placed it in her mouth. Her furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Although this meat didn't have the taste of salt, it was exceptionally sweet and delicious. It even had a strange fragrance to it, and it didn't have the pungent smell of cattle or sheep. This was a piece of golden crane meat. It was rumored that this meat had the effect of beautifying one's skin and could even preserve one's appearance forever. It also had the effect of reviving the dead. An ugly woman could become a beautiful woman. It was the dream of many women, and there were even many female supreme beings who were willing to do anything for this meat. Unfortunately, no one could do it. The effect will be even better if you pair it with spicy gluten. Yi Hua reminded. The two sisters rolled their eyes at him. When you are enjoying the delicacies, please do not spoil the mood. In less than 5 minutes, the two sisters finished wiping out all of the meat. At the same time, the two sisters looked towards Yi Hua, because there was still a piece of meat that Yi Hua had not finished. Eating too much is not good for your body. Yi Hua directly ignored his wife's threatening gaze and his sister-in-law's pitiful gaze. The two sisters snorted at the same time. Too stingy, it is obvious that I want to eat it, and yet he still says that eating too much is not good for my body. It's so hot. After a while, Qing Yutong shouted out as she picked up her golden fan and started waving it. Brother-in-law, did you drug sister-in-law? You two are so perverted, I want to go home, Qing Yutong teased. Although it was hot, it didn't feel like that. Qing Ye also felt very hot. After picking up the star cleansing fan and fanning it slightly, she felt much more comfortable. However, she looked towards Yi Hua with a questioning gaze. Did you drug me? It's fine if you drug me, but you even drug my little sister, you are simply shameless. Yi Hua picked up a white towel and wiped his mouth. This is dragon meat, after eating it, you will feel a bit hot, but you will be fine after a while. Dragon meat? Brother-in-law, can you not brag? Yihua said faintly, the frame of the fan that you two are holding is also made from dragon bones. Alright Yihua, I know that you want to smoke, quickly go out and smoke. Qingye couldn't continue listening to Yihua, this bragging is about to reach outer space. On the other hand, Qing Yutong somewhat believed in Yihua. I must dig out the evidence that brother-in-law is a demon king, but the system isn't saying anything. Qing Yutong shouted out sweetly, brother-in-law, is there still meat for us to eat tomorrow? Once a week. Brother-in-law. I hate you, you let me experience pleasure, but you are unable to control the number of times that pleasure occurs. Qingye was hating iron for not becoming steel. Qing Yutong, can you speak properly? The latter made a funny face, then eagerly ran up and hugged onto Yihua, preparing for the plan that night, to take down brother-in-law, this demon king, in one go. Don't be angry, Yutong is still a child. Yihua said lightly. Qingye stood up and tidied up the table. Child? Other children at this age already know how to walk. Yihua was very gratified. Right now, Qingye knows that she is already tidying up, and doesn't need me to remind her. As her big sister, didn't you just become a bad child? Yihua, just whose side are you standing on? Yihua smiled slightly, and the latter immediately became unwilling. What are you smiling for? Speak clearly. Boss, lady boss. At this time, Wei Chang suddenly appeared at the door, and behind him was Tang Wei. Qingye let out a sigh of relief and did not find trouble with Yihua anymore. A smart woman would not be fierce towards a man in front of an outsider. Yihua nodded his head, then walked up and hugged onto Qingye. Uncle Wei, I want to take a leave of absence tonight. Tang Wei said a bit embarrassedly, she had forgotten about the matter of treating Qi Shuwen to a meal. Wei Chang nodded his head and did not ask for the reason. Tang Wei thought that Wei Chang was angry and hurriedly explained, Uncle Wei, classmate Qi helped me today, so I have to treat him to a meal. It will only take 2 hours, after that, I will come over again. Wei Chang placed down the surrounding stools, it's fine, just have fun with your classmate. You have worked hard on cooking today. Tang Wei's heart sunk, what does Uncle Wei mean by this? He was clearly still fine just a moment ago, why did his face suddenly change? Could it be that I want to treat other people to a meal? That must be the case. Tang Wei could be seen using her new phone to send a message to Qi Shuwen, I might as well just treat him to a meal tomorrow afternoon. After sending the message, Tang Wei helped Wei Chang place the stools. What's wrong? Wei Chang asked curiously. Nothing much, I feel that work is more important, so I will leave it till tomorrow. Wei Chang patted onto Tang Wei's shoulder, Xiao Tang, since that person helped you, and you also promised to help him, then you should fulfill your promise. Uncle Wei, hurry up and go. I didn't expect that. I underestimated Uncle Wei. Uncle Wei is really different from ordinary men. Uncle Wei, I will be leaving first then, I will be back in 2 hours. Without waiting for Wei Chang to reply, Tang Wei ran out of leisure bar. Wei Chang shook his head helplessly, the thinking of humans is really hard to fathom. Chapter 53. At night, Leisure Bar's business was still cold and cheerless, there were only a few people here and there, which made Yihua very unhappy. However, the main culprit was sitting on the bed and gracefully fanning the star-cleansing fan in her hands. Looking at Qingye's expression, Yihua felt hot. Qingye, who was currently watching a drama, noticed Yihua's gaze and immediately hugged onto the quilt, giving Yihua a cold gaze, seemingly saying that if you dare to come over, I will fight you to the death. Letting out a breath, Yihua said faintly, go out and smoke a cigarette. After Yihua left, Qingye pouted her mouth, what do you mean by not touching a woman a second time, will you die if you don't brag? Coming to the office, Yihua was a bit vexed. I am a supreme overlord, the words that I say are like water that is poured out, but today, I have this feeling twice in a row, how is this possible? Lighting up a cigarette and turning on the television, right now, only happiness can calm the heat in my heart. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Oh, brother-in-law, Qing Yutong could be seen wearing a golden cheongsam. She who had a tall and slender figure was indeed able to carry the cheongsam, appearing noble and gorgeous. Coupled with the golden fan in her hand, slightly moving her face, revealing a pair of enchanting beautiful eyes, she was simply able to kill everyone. Qing Yutong looked at the stupefied brother-in-law and secretly rejoiced in her heart. Look! When I make a move, even Xuanzang would have to kneel down and lick my boots. Are you sick? Dressing like this in the middle of the night? Yi Hua's mood was already very bad, and when his sister-in-law suddenly appeared wearing a dazzling golden outfit, Yi Hua was simply shocked. Master, I already said that this set of clothes of yours is not good, right? You didn't believe me. Qing Yutong was immediately stupefied. What's not good about me? Long legs, perky butt, slim waist, big chest, extremely beautiful face, brother-in-law actually said that I am sick. I am injured. I am injured. I will never be able to recover in this lifetime. Looking at the dazed Qing Yutong leave, Yi Hua lit up another cigarette. The office was really filled with smoke, because these two women were both very worrisome. Qing Yutong, who returned to her bedroom, groaned non-stop, and also felt wronged. I, the Grand Movie Empress, went to seduce brother-in-law, and was actually scolded as sick. This face of mine is completely thrown into the gutter. Master, you can't do this directly, your brother-in-law is a man with principles. There is actually someone who is praising Yi Hua for having principles. In that case, I have to properly redefine the word principles. Qing Yutong took off her golden battle gown, wore a pair of shorts and a cartoon short-sleeved shirt, then sat in front of the computer. If one were to look carefully, Qing Yutong's eyes were a bit red, seems like she was truly hurt, and her pride was hurt. Master, your brother-in-law is here. Dong, dong, dong. Sure enough, someone knocked on the door. Qing Yutong shook her lower lip, then walked over to open the door. After that, she directly threw herself onto the bed, then used the quilt to cover her head, and put on a posture of not wanting to see anyone. Yi Hua shook his head. This sister-in-law of mine is really one thing after another. In actuality, Yi Hua wanted to apologize to his sister-in-law. However, after thinking about it, I am a supreme overlord. If this matter of me apologizing to my sister-in-law were to spread out, where would my face be? Are you used to living here? Yi Hua asked lightly. Woo-woo. Qing Yutong covered the quilt and let out a pitiful cry. Qing Yutong is using a move of retreating in order to advance. Brother-in-law definitely came over because he felt guilty in his heart, and I threw myself onto the bed, and my perky butt is facing towards brother-in-law. If I didn't guess wrongly, brother-in-law is definitely staring at my butt, and after looking for a while, he won't be able to endure it anymore. At that time, if you are not used to living here, you can go home. Yi Hua said indifferently, then walked out of the room without even turning his head back. Qing Yutong froze. Even after hearing the sound of the door closing, she still did not wake up. This was the first time that she doubted her appearance and figure. Could it be that I am old? Did my butt lose its luster and elasticity? Why is brother-in-law able to face my perky butt so calmly? Just how did big sister do it, to actually give birth to a monkey with brother-in-law? Master, after the incident just now, I created a series of walkthroughs for you. The system said helplessly. Qing Yutong clenched her small fists tightly. In this world, which brother-in-law doesn't have any thoughts towards his sister-in-law, let alone such a beautiful sister-in-law. Xiao Guai, give me this brother-in-law's walkthroughs. No problem, first of all. Your brother-in-law has to be infatuated with you. The first mission, make brother-in-law be willing to touch your thighs once. Xiao Guai could be said to have spared no effort to find a walkthrough, but if she were to complete all of the missions, brother-in-law would fall apart on his own. Xiao Guai, I didn't expect that your heart is so evil. Qing Yutong said with a face full of disdain. Master, don't think that it is just a small mission. As long as brother-in-law is willing to help, you have already won half of the mission. Qing Yutong thought for a bit, and it really does seem like that. Just that, how can I lure brother-in-law to touch my thighs? This is the problem. From today onwards, I am going to wear miniskirts and miniskirts. Master, you are wrong again. I suggest that you learn from your big sister. I don't want to learn from her, always putting on a stern face. She has always been like that since young. Qing Yutong pouted her small mouth and said. In actuality, Qing Yutong was just not used to seeing Big Sister's high and mighty attitude, but after coming back this time, she discovered that Big Sister had changed. The system knew its master's personality and did not force her. Master, it will be fine as long as you insist on being yourself. How do you think my big sister pushed down brother-in-law? Did she drug him? Xiao Guai, is there any drug that is a bit more powerful in the system shop? Forget it, just take it that I didn't say anything. What are you talking about? We are grasshoppers on the same boat. You better overdraft me a bit. If not, how are the two of us going to act cool? How are we going to fly? Master, can you have a bit of moral integrity? Even if you want to hug someone's thigh, you shouldn't do it like this. I might as well just sleep together with big sister and brother-in-law. Qing Yutong thought and rushed out of the bedroom. Not long later, Qing Yutong's miserable shriek and Qing Ya's scolding could be heard from the bedroom. Qing Yutong, who had a gray face and hair, suddenly closed the door. Damn, big sister's temper is getting bigger and bigger. Even when we were young, I didn't see her having such a big reaction when we slept together. Master, can you have a bit of face? F***K, it is already shameless for you to come out with this kind of mission, and you are still asking me to have face? I think that your skin is itching, you are asking for a beating. In the bedroom. Yihua leaned on the bed and said with a slight smile, our bed is big enough, it is fine to let Yutong come over and sleep. Alright, you go and call her then. Qing Ya said coldly, giving off the feeling of a fierce wife. Yihua did not say anything. Qing Ya, who is jealous, is still rather cute. Tonight, you can lean over, but don't drool. Who wants to lean on you? Qing Ya rolled up the blanket and leaned on the side. Yihua did not say anything and turned off the light. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock on the wall rang very regularly, and Qing Ya finally couldn't take it anymore. She turned around and hugged onto Yihua. Don't misunderstand, I am just used to hugging onto things when I sleep. If not, I won't be able to fall asleep. You are saying that I am a thing? Yihua said gravely. Chapter 54. On Monday, Longthan City was shrouded by dark clouds, and soon after, it started drizzling. Yihua opened his eyes, subconsciously touched onto his chest and let out a sigh of relief. Turning his head around, he looked at Qing Ya, who was sleeping soundly at the side, and the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc. Stretching out his hand, he stroked onto Qing Ya's smooth hair. Sob, sob, sob. Seeing that Qing Ya was about to wake up, Yihua immediately retracted his hand. What time is it? Qing Ya asked faintly. 6:00. I'll buy breakfast for you. Yihua's heart trembled, then said slowly, don't go, it's raining outside. And, then I will sleep for a while more, wake me up at 7 a.m. After finished speaking, Qing Ya gradually fell asleep again. Alright. Yihua was unable to fall asleep again. If I didn't hear wrongly just now, she said that she was going to buy breakfast. Yihua suddenly smiled, and this time, the arc of his smile was especially big. Is this the kind of mutual concern that humans have? Was this the so-called husband and wife? I remember that a very long time ago, I had also killed a few couples. Even now, I still remember that at that time, that human woman died, and that man became especially crazy. Although it was all futile, I am very curious as to why he was so sad. However, right now, I finally understand. If someone were to take this woman's life, then Yihua, what time is it? Qing Ya, who was in a daze, asked indistinctly. If Yihua was to choose, he hoped that Qing Ya would forever remain in this half-asleep, half-awake state. Right now, she was just like a little kitten, just that, after she woke up, she would become an unfeeling cat that would always go against others. Yihua took a look at the clock. It will be 7:00 in 10 minutes. Qinya opened her beautiful eyes, and the soft expression that she had just now completely disappeared. Sitting up, Qinya stretched her waist, while Yihua, who was leaning on the head of the bed, looked at this enchanting back view. I have killed countless people, and I didn't expect that I would actually be able to have a human lying beside me right now. Qinya paused for a bit, seemingly preparing to have an argument with Yihua in the morning. After waiting for a minute, Yihua still didn't say anything, causing Qinya to be extremely puzzled. Could it be that this fellow is using some new tactic today? Wearing the SpongeBob SquarePants version slippers, Qinya decided to not move in the dark. I will go and wash up first, then go to work. If he doesn't allow me, I will. I will. I will. I will. I will cry. I will make a scene. I will make a scene. I will cry. I will make a scene. Ah! Right after walking into the bathroom, Qinya let out a shriek, as if she had seen Yihua's real body. Yihua thought that Qinya had fallen, and without caring about anything else, his figure immediately appeared in the washroom. Just that, the fall that Qinya imagined didn't happen. Instead, Qinya looked at the mirror and touched her own face. That shocked look on her face made Qinya think that her face was disfigured. If there's nothing, don't randomly shout. Yihua said gravely, then opened the door and walked out. Qinya didn't even know that Yihua had come in, and she was completely shocked by her own appearance. Why is it that I am much more beautiful than yesterday? Her skin had truly reached a rosy white state. Oh my God, how did she become so beautiful? No, she couldn't be any more beautiful. Otherwise, it would be too easy for that guy. He had such a beautiful wife, yet he was still so talkative. If it was someone else, they would have already worshipped her like an empress dowager, hitting wherever she pointed. After washing up, Qinya discovered that Yihua was not in the bedroom. This is a good opportunity. She immediately changed into a suit, picked up her bag, and walked with her body bent like a thief. However, the sound that came out from her high heels was a bit too loud. Qinya was also trying to deceive herself. After walking down the stairs without any mishaps, Qinya patted her chest. However, upon thinking that Yihua would be worried about me, and when the time comes, he might throw a tantrum like that day. Forget it, I'll just leave him a note. Pressing the note on the bar counter, Qinya quietly left Leisure Bar, then drove the Audi A8 that was parked outside and headed towards Long and City's branch. Just after Qinya left, Yihua walked out from the side of the hall. In actuality, he saw everything, but he just didn't stop him. Looking at the note in his hand, Yihua laughed lightly, and the note instantly turned into dust. Yihua, I am going to work now. I really have a very important matter to deal with. After I finish dealing with it, I will be working at home. Also, I hope that you can accompany me to tonight's banquet. If not, we will really have to eat dirt. This silly woman, she can even enjoy dragon meat whenever she wants with me, how can she possibly eat dirt? Today, my mood is pretty good, so I decided to change my taste and go to the street to buy a fruit jianbing. I also want to add an extra egg and an extra ham. Just that, human aunties are too stingy, they even want to pay for the food they add. Don't you know that it is your honor for me to eat at your place? Just after Yihua left, a scream that could even make the gods cry rang out from Qing Yutong's bedroom. Qing Yutong held on to her own face in disbelief. I have been looking at this face for more than 20 years, how can it become so beautiful today? Although the change is not very big, it is still beautiful, and even I want to go up and lick it. Little sweetheart, did you do something to me last night? Not bad, just stand in front of brother-in-law with this face, I don't believe that brother-in-law will be able to endure it. A strong self-confidence swelled up in Qing Yutong's heart. I am not bragging, just by crooking my finger, brother-in-law will be able to push me down. The system also had a stupefied look on its face. Master. Little darling, you don't have to say anymore. Although you are a bit stingy normally, during crucial times, you are still rather reliable. Qing Yutong lightly flipped her hair, then bit onto her lower lip. My God, I really wish that I could f*ck myself. Why do I have to look like this? This action of biting onto my lower lip is really unbearable for me. I have to go and show off in front of big sister. After finished speaking, Qing Yutong ran out and barged into Yi Hua's bedroom without even knocking on the door. Originally, I thought that there would be some explosive scene, but in the end, the bedroom was empty. What did the two of them do so early in the morning? When she came downstairs, she still did not see anyone. Qing Yutong, who was bored, straightforwardly sat on the bar counter and laughed foolishly. Yesterday, brother-in-law actually treated me like that. Today, he will definitely regret it to death. Not long later, the target appeared. Qing Yutong excitedly ran in front of Yi Hua, who was currently eating a fruit jianbing. Brother-in-law, look at my face, do you feel that it is different? Yi Hua wrinkled his brows. This should be the effect of the golden crane meat. I didn't expect that the effect would be quite good. The overall effect of sister-in-law has become perfect, just that, the current sister-in-law is still not proper. It is indeed different, there is more eye wax. Yi Hua said calmly, then walked past Qing Yutong, who was absent-minded, and walked up the stairs. Auditory hallucination. Just now, I definitely had an auditory hallucination. Not mentioning other things, just based on this face of mine, I can even kill a child, and brother-in-law actually said that I have eye wax. How is this possible? Master, there is indeed a small piece of eye wax at the corner of your eyes. Ah. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qing Yutong felt that she followed the wrong teammate. Don't you even know how to remind me? Chapter 55. No. Brother-in-law must be playing hard to get. I'm sorry. After all, I'm his sister-in-law. It's inevitable that I'm a little shy. Brother-in-law, with a smile on her face, Qing Yutong pushed open the office door, and saw that her brother-in-law was currently smoking beside the window. Yi Hua didn't turn his head around and just responded. Where's sis? I went to work. Oh, Qing Yutong stood on the tip of her toes and tried to figure out her brother-in-law's thoughts. Right now, I am unable to attack, and I have to retreat in order to advance. Brother-in-law, I'll go back to my room first. Qing Yutong said tenderly. The moment she turned around, she was shouting in her heart, quickly shout, I know that it is very hard for you to endure, don't be reserved. 1 minute later, Yi Hua extinguished the cigarette and looked at Qing Yutong, who was frozen at the doorway. Didn't you want to return to your room? Qing Yutong was once again injured. Brother-in-law really doesn't give me any face at all. When big sister is still around, brother-in-law still hugged onto my waist, but now that big sister is not around, brother-in-law doesn't even look at me in the eye. Master, your brother-in-law is not an ordinary man. That's right, ordinary men would have long pounced on me. Qing Yutong helplessly returned to her room. She had to properly organize her thoughts. Long and City's Qingqing International Building used to be the headquarters, but for the sake of development, the headquarters had already been moved to Gaohai City. After all, Gaohai City was a first-rate commercial city. After parking the car at the company's parking lot, Qingya picked up her handbag and opened the car door. At this moment, she once again transformed into the cold and arrogant female CEO, and at this time, it was also the peak hour of work. There were quite a lot of employees who were working at the parking lot, and all of them were looking at this mysterious woman. Oh my God, when did such a beautiful woman come to our company? Could it be the new director? That's impossible. I heard that the position of director has already been decided internally. I really want to hug her thighs and lick her. She's in the elevator. I have to charge, bro, instantly. Many champions of the 100-meter dash appeared in the parking lot. Brother, why are you running? I don't know. I saw them running, so I ran too. Qingya was as cold as frost as she swept her gaze across the employees inside the elevator. Could it be that they don't even recognize me, the CEO? Wouldn't that be? Qingya's change in the past few days was very big, especially today. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Hua often met Qingya, Yi Hua wouldn't dare to be sure. The current Qinya couldn't be described with words. It smells so good, how can this fragrance be so special? It must be the fragrance of the woman behind me. After so many years of fighting, this should be the fragrance of her body. Is there such a body fragrance? The one in my family also has a body fragrance, and every time she smells me half to death. Hearing these teasing words, Qingya's expression became even colder. Just how does this Lu Heng manage his employees? His employees are just like this. This time, Qingya misunderstood. With your looks, would men be able to stand it? Wasn't it just to satisfy his craving for words? When he passed through the lobby, the elevator opened. Director Lu. Director Lu. Director Lu. All the employees were taken aback. They shouted at the man standing at the elevator door respectfully. Lu Heng was already used to it. Just as he was preparing to enter the elevator, his gaze focused and he hurriedly shouted, CEO Qing. CEO Qing. All the male employees in the elevator were stunned. Who was Director Lu calling Director Qing? He was even bowing with such respect. Immediately, he thought of the woman behind him. Thinking about it again, there was only one person who could make Director Lu treat her with such respect, and her surname was Qing. That was the cool and elegant CEO, Qingya. Chairman Qing. Chairman Qing. Chairman Qing. The employees in the elevator sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Thinking back to what they said in the elevator just now, their hearts became cold. I actually took liberties with the CEO, I'm finished. Qingya replied calmly. Not knowing who was the one who quietly ran away, in an instant, the elevator that was full just now was empty, leaving only Qingya alone. Director Lu, pay attention to the problem of the employees' quality. Qingya reminded coldly. Lu Heng did not dare to say much and hurriedly nodded his head. He carefully walked into the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. The moment when the elevator door closed, the entire lobby went into an uproar. What happened to you all just now? What did you all run out for? A girl asked curiously. Damn it, scared me to death. I actually took liberties with CEO Qing just now. I'm finished, I can forget about getting promoted in this lifetime, I was just preparing to run for the position of team leader. What? CEO Qing came. All kinds of gossip immediately spread out in the lobby. Some said that CEO Qing came back to prepare for the marriage. After all, Long Outyen's matter had caused an uproar. Unfortunately, Long Outyen was currently still training in the mountains and it would be hard for him to come back in a short while. Standing not far away was a security guard who looked rather handsome. Hearing the surrounding discussions, he slightly frowned. This CEO Qing was the organization's final mission, presumably, this woman had a lot to do with the organization's destruction. But to be honest, this woman was very beautiful, but with her capabilities, she was still not enough to destroy the organization. Just who was it? To be able to destroy the organization in an instant, that person's ability was definitely very strong, but I myself am not weak either. Arriving at the top floor, Lu Heng said respectfully, CEO Qing, the office is already prepared. No need, hold a video conference today, I have some matters that I need to hand over, in the future, we will use video conference. Qingya said faintly. Giving birth to a child cannot be sloppy, the child has to properly recuperate. If not, that fellow Yi Hua will definitely make a big fuss. I wonder what kind of reaction he will have when he sees the note that I left behind. I reckon that he will explode from anger, I won't talk back when I go back this afternoon. Lu Heng was sure that this matter was related to that man, but he did not dare to speak carelessly. CEO Qing, I understand. Go and gather the higher-ups for a meeting. Yes. Qingya mainly wanted to explain the company's development route for the next few months, and also to buy a broadcasting platform for her sister. In order to achieve the goal of fast growth, buying a small company would do. With her sister's fame, the company would be able to instantly become a large-scale broadcasting platform. While Qingye was working hard, Yihua looked at Happy World out of boredom. Just that, he was a bit absent-minded. After checking his body for a bit, he did not find anything strange. Turning on the computer, Yihua asked Baidu what was his situation. "What kind of answers are these, stupid?" Yihua said displeased. "How can I possibly be absent-minded because of a woman? This is truly a fantasy. Definitely not possible. Drooling while sleeping, moaning while dreaming, making weird sounds, and even likes to contradict me. All kinds of bad habits gathered together. If not for the fact that she is pregnant with my child, how would I possibly look at her differently? Misconception. Definitely misconception." Taking out a stick of cigarette, Yihua began to puff out smoke. "This woman really messed up my life." "Ah." Yihua frowned. "This sister-in-law of mine likes to make a big fuss when she has nothing to do." 10 minutes later. "Ah." The corner of Yihua's mouth began to twitch. Another 10 minutes passed. "Ah." Chapter 56. Brother-in-law, Qing Yutong threw herself into Yihua's embrace with a crying tone. This was not Qing Yutong pretending, she was really scared. "What kind of freaking game is this? I just parachuted and picked up a small pistol, then the moment I opened the door, bang, 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 I died. There was also a gun, I happily picked up a 98K, and just when I walked up the stairs, bang, bang, bang." Qing Yutong felt that this game cannot be played, such a big map, and there are only a total of 100 people, but I keep feeling that there are 99 people staring at me. The main point was that the sudden gunshots practically scared Qing Yutong to death, because the system said to adjust the volume of the earphones to the maximum, that way, she would be able to hear the footsteps, but Qing Yutong could only hear her own screams. Although she had the system's assistance, she was still a girl after all, her state of mind was not that good, and it was very easy for her to be scared by unknown things. What happened? Seeing that his sister-in-law was so wronged, Yihua asked gravely, "Who dares to bully my sister-in-law?" Qing Yutong pointed at the computer and said pitifully, "They bullied me." Yihua went closer to the computer. "It is just a game, what a fuss." "Brother-in-law, help me take revenge." Qing Yutong was unwilling. "Brother-in-law looks very powerful, he will definitely be able to get chicken." Yihua sighed. "The games developed by humans are too childish, what's the point of this kind of virtual fighting and killing, boring." However, his sister-in-law was bullied, as the brother-in-law, as the supreme overlord, he had to get back his face. "How do we play?" Yihua lit up a cigarette and asked faintly. "At the start, there is no parachute, equipment is all snatched." Although Qing Yutong did not finish a few rounds, she still managed to comprehend the profoundness of the game. Yihua thought that it was something, and said faintly, "Bring me an ashtray." "Okay." Qing Yutong eagerly went to prepare an ashtray, soda, spicy bar, and even stood behind Yihua and gave him a massage. It was simply a 5-star enjoyment. "Brother-in-law, click on that game and start." Yihua clicked on it unhurriedly, and very quickly, he entered the game. "Brother-in-law, you need to wear earphones to play, if not you won't be able to play well," Qing Yutong reminded. Yihua flicked the cigarette ash. "Just watch." "Oh," Qing Yutong pouted her mouth, "brother-in-law is so awesome, he doesn't even need to wear earphones." Right after the image appeared, Yihua narrowed his eyes and instantly pressed the F button. "Brother-in-law, why did you press F so quickly? You have to look at the map." Qing Yutong cried out in surprise. Yihua said gravely, "Be quiet." Oh, controlling the keyboard and mouse, Yihua was finally able to land on the ground safely. "Brother-in-law, there's someone running towards you. Quickly run." Qing Yutong immediately became excited, and both of her hands slapped onto Yihua, telling him to quickly run. What kind of joke was this? As a supreme being, did he still need to run? Back then, he had faced an enemy 10 times stronger than him without any fear, yet a mere human wanted him to run. Childish. "Brother-in-law, he's coming. Hammer him." Yi Hua snorted coldly. A mere trash actually dares to strut around in front of me. Brother-in-law, move. Qing Yutong hurriedly shouted. Unhurriedly, Yi Hua pressed his left button and threw out an uppercut. His opponent suddenly jumped up and punched him. The screen turned black. Yi Hua, Qing Yutong, the other party's voice immediately rang out from the earpiece that was placed on the table. Brat, spar with me, the king of fist, you better practice more. Yi Hua stared blankly at the screen. Qing Yutong understood her brother-in-law's current feelings and consoled him. Brother-in-law, don't be afraid, stand up and continue rubbing. How is this possible? To actually get my head blown up by a mere human, this is simply a great humiliation, and I even received consolation from my sister-in-law. Lighting up another cigarette, Yi Hua re-entered the game. I was careless just now. Brother-in-law, don't be anxious, let's jump to a place with less people. Although Qing Yutong was timid, she still had some brains. With my current level, we definitely cannot jump to a place with more people. Yi Hua opened up the map. How can I possibly jump to a place with less people? That would be a display of cowardice. I, the Supreme Overlord, have killed countless of people, when have I ever been a coward? Brother-in-law, why did you jump to such a densely packed house? I was forced to death by that old man just now. Be quiet. Yi Hua said gravely. A lousy game can't even get me, the Supreme Overlord. Qing Yutong pouted her small mouth. Seems like brother-in-law is even more of a noob than me, and he even has such an unfathomable look on his face. Yi Hua observed for a bit. At least 10 plus people jumped to this place, then I shall let you all see the consequences of angering the Supreme Overlord. Brother-in-law, quickly enter the house and pick up the gun. Yi Hua did not even enter the house, he stood on the main road and said in disdain, guns are things for children to play with, fists are the hard and fast rule. Qing Yutong was stupefied and said foolishly, brother-in-law, can you not act cool? Right after Qing Yutong finished speaking, the screen turned black. Shameless humans. To actually launch a sneak attack. To not even have the courage to fight one-on-one, how is this any different from those humans in the past, bastard? Don't think that Wei Chang's one-track mind came for no reason. Like boss, like subordinate. Brother-in-law, how about returning the gun to me? Qing Yutong said tenderly. Brother-in-law's expression didn't seem to be too good, it even turned black. Yi Hua did not say anything, and once again clicked into the game. It was still the same place, but this time, Yi Hua did not stand in the middle of the road. Despicable humans, you all are destined to suffer the wrath of the Supreme Overlord. Brother-in-law, gun. Qing Yi pointed to a corner of the house. I am not blind. Yi Hua used a very slow speed to pick up the M16 along with the 60 bullets. I never thought that there would be a day where I, the Supreme Overlord, would use a gun, this is so ironic. Just when he finished searching a small bedroom, he turned around. Bang! A shotgun ended Yi Hua's character, and the screen turned black once again. The cigarette in Yi Hua's mouth burned out, and the ashes slowly fell down just like Yi Hua's mood. I was actually killed by a human 3 times. A whole 3 times. This is an extraordinary shame and humiliation. If this hatred is formed, do you believe that with a snap of my fingers, all of you will die? Brother-in-law, I told you to wear your earphones, but you didn't, you are so noob, and I was actually looked down upon by my sister-in-law. Brother-in-law, don't be angry, sister-in-law will take revenge for you, I even need sister-in-law to take revenge for me, if this were to be spread out, where would I put my face? Brother-in-law, how can you be so shameless, I want to play as well. Only then did Qing Yutong experience the fun of the game, while Yi Hua was driven mad by this game. Brother-in-law, how about you go and buy a high-end computer and place it here, then we will be able to play as a duo, the computer in your office definitely won't be able to play. Yi Hua was a person who would definitely take revenge on any grudge, other than Qing Yi. This game made Yi Hua very angry. Help me buy it. Phone. Qing Yutong stretched out her hand, I didn't expect that I would inadvertently create a situation where I am playing a game with brother-in-law. From now on, I won't be far from pushing brother-in-law down. Chapter 57. If Yi Hua's subordinates were to find out that His Honor had actually injured himself because of a game, I wonder what they would think. However, Yi Hua's subordinates would definitely come over to persuade His Honor, "Your Honor, this is just a game, there is no need to be so serious about it." When Yi Hua became serious, even he himself would be afraid. One must know that Yi Hua had relied on himself to walk onto the path of a king step by step from a small undead. The hardships and deaths that he had faced on this path were something that only he himself could understand. However, he had never said that it was bitter, and he also didn't feel that it was bitter. In fact, it was even a kind of enjoyment. Before the computer arrived, Yi Hua was silently watching his sister-in-law play the game, and from there, he could understand the characteristics of the game, even though she would not last more than 10 minutes every time she played the game. If Qingye was a whining monster, then her sister-in-law would be a shivering monster. Every time she was mysteriously beaten to death by someone, her entire body would tremble, and her eyes would become absent-minded. Afterward, she would turn her head around and look at me pitifully. That expression of hers that was begging for consolation was simply unparalleled. This sister-in-law was indeed different. Qingye wouldn't reveal such an expression. On the other side, Qingye was currently sitting in the conference room and eating lunch boxes with the company's higher-ups. Of course, it was to speed up the conference. Looking at the entire conference room, there were only 2 middle-aged women among all the higher-ups. The rest were all men. Although it was a conference, it was also an appreciation party. Even when they were eating, they still peeked at the female CEO who was sitting at the head of the table. How could there be such a beautiful woman in the world? He had gone to the headquarters for meetings in the past. Although it was also very amazing at that time, it was not as explosive as today. No matter how delicious the food in front of him was, it could not be compared to the feeling of quietly glancing at him. Meanwhile, after Qingye ate a few mouthfuls, she couldn't eat anymore. It wasn't that it wasn't tasty, rather, she felt that it was a bit disgusting. Thinking to herself, "This is the symptom of a pregnant woman," Qingye blamed Yi Hua in her heart. If it wasn't for him, would I be feeling so disgusted, especially today? She didn't know what he was doing now. Didn't he know how to call to show his concern? He wasn't behaving like a husband at all. Upon seeing the ring on her ring finger, Qingye's negative emotions immediately disappeared. Feeling elated, the corner of Qingye's mouth unconsciously revealed a light smile. Instantly, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard in the conference room. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. So CEO Qing looks like this when she smiles. She's really beautiful. She's so beautiful. Qingye took a glance at everyone, and everyone immediately lowered their heads to eat. Sigh, I was originally already pretty enough, but now that I have become so pretty, it is also a troublesome thing. I will definitely incur the jealousy of others, especially those noble women. It is all Yi Hua's fault. In any case, it is all Yi Hua's fault. In any case, I am the scapegoat. I don't know what he's doing now. He's definitely ordering takeout, and it must be crayfish. He's letting his sister peel crayfish for him. That's good too. When his sister can't take it anymore, she'll naturally go home. The meeting continued all the way until 4 p.m. Other than the half-an-hour break during the meal, the meeting had been going on the entire time. It must be said that Qingye was very formidable. Her reputation as a strong woman was not undeserved. Meeting dismissed. Qingye shouted coldly, picked up her bag and walked out of the conference room, preparing to go home and see what Yi Hua was doing. In actuality, Qingye was also very nervous in her heart. If I were to open the bedroom door and discover Yi Hua and my little sister lying on the bed, what should I do? This fellow is definitely capable of doing it. The higher-ups didn't know why the CEO was so anxious. Perhaps only General Manager Lu Heng had figured out a little, but he didn't dare to say much. Driving the car, Qingya rushed back at top speed, her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. This is definitely the attitude of a wife catching her adulterer. If Yihua really dares to do something that lets me down, then I will perish together with him. Qingya, who was driving the car, began to let her imagination run wild. The scene of her man and her little sister lying on the bed actually appeared in her mind, causing her beautiful eyes to turn red. Sigh, there's nothing I can do, my pregnant woman syndrome is acting up again. I love to let my imagination run wild. Stopping the car at the entrance of Leisure Bar, Qingya took a few deep breaths and walked into Leisure Bar. There was no difference from when she left the bar. Quietly going upstairs, Qingya's heart was beating faster and faster, especially when she was standing at the entrance of the bedroom. Her entire body was nervous to the limit, her delicate hand that was holding onto the door handle was trembling. This door is already opened. If it is really the same as what I imagined, then what should I do? Don't open it. I should first give Yihua a call and tell him that I am coming back. This way, I won't know anything. With a very complicated feeling, in the end, Qingya still chose to push open the bedroom door. When she saw the neat big bed, the top of the bed was completely empty, and a rock that was suspended in the air was placed down. Could it be that this fellow is watching Jubilant movie in the office? How old is he already? Really, in the future, he should just bring the kid to watch cartoons. Pushing open the door of the office, the inside of the office was also completely empty. Where is he? Qingya silently looked towards the storeroom that was previously in the office. Right now, it had become her little sister's bedroom, and Yihua is actually in her little sister's bedroom. The rock that was originally suspended in the air once again. Qingya tightly clenched her delicate hands, stood at the side of the door, took a deep breath, then fiercely pushed open the door. A foul atmosphere could be seen inside, and two figures could be seen in front of Qingya's eyes. On the table at the side, there were 2 buckets of instant noodles and an empty package of spicy gluten, and the red soy sauce inside the package had all flowed onto the table. How can these 2 people be so sloppy? Brother-in-law, give me the expansion clip. Change the silencer. How can it be like this, brother-in-law? Your marksmanship is so lousy, you can't even hit the person. Change the silencer. Shoo, someone is coming, quickly hide. Quickly hide. Qingya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These 2 fellows are actually playing a game. Seems like even being joyful is unable to satisfy their childish hearts. Walking in quietly, Qingya stuck her head in between the 2 and took a look curiously, only to see that the 2 of their characters were lying on the haystack. The little sister had a nervous look on her face, and Yihua looked very strange, as if he had eaten a fly. Ah! Qing Yutong originally wanted to mock her brother-in-law, but who knew that when she saw a head of black hair, she was scared witless and unconsciously pressed the left mouse button. Tap, tap, tap. Yihua said gravely, Qing Yutong, what are you shooting for? Don't you know that you will be exposed? Big sister, you are annoying. Don't make any sound when you walk. Qing Yutong's fist landed onto Qingya's arm, and she immediately controlled her own character. The other party already knew her position. Brother-in-law, cover me, I am going to fight with them. Yihua shouted gravely, fight for what? Go around to the side. Seems like after going through countless of deaths, Yihua also knew how to use tactics. Thinking back then, Yihua never used any tactics. He would just push his way through, firmly believing that all tricks were just paper tigers in front of absolute strength. Brother-in-law, I got knocked down, quickly come and help me, why are you so stupid? Yihua couldn't help but say. In this game, forming a party relied on team spirit. If I played this game a few hundred years ago, how could I possibly be wiped out by that group of humans? Chapter 58. Qing Yutong was skillfully using the dodging formula, while Yihua was being led by his sister-in-law to use the dodging formula, and Yihua was being led by his sister-in-law to use the dodging formula. Whenever he saw someone, he would kneel down, and this almost caused Yihua to be angered to the point of having internal bleeding. However, if Yihua wanted to win, he would have to use his brain. With his current spear techniques, Yi Hua felt that he was still lacking a lot. However, as long as he was given a few days of time to properly train, would these small fries still dare to be arrogant in front of me? After throwing out a few smoke bombs, Yi Hua's vision was sealed. Yi Hua went to save his sister-in-law. If the 7 deadly sins were to see this, they would definitely question whether or not this was still his honor from before. He actually knows how to save people. The 2 people in front of him seemed to be experienced players, as they did not attack hastily. Meanwhile, Yi Hua was also pondering in his heart on how to get out of this crisis. Brother-in-law, how about I go and act cute and beg them to let us go? Qing Yutong, who was helped up, hurriedly drank a pill, and decided to sell her body. As the sister-in-law of the Supreme Sovereign, do you still need to act cute? No need. Brother-in-law, now is not the time to be impulsive. It wasn't easy for us to make it to the top 20, and we've already been dead for a day. Brother-in-law, I still need to eat chicken. At this moment, the smoke grenade dispersed. Bang! Qing Yutong died once again. Why don't you just hide behind a tree? Yi Hua had a headache. How would I know that the smoke bomb would disappear? Quickly help me up, quickly help me up. I want to eat chicken, I want to eat chicken, I don't want to die. Qing Yutong pouted her small mouth. Bang! From the looks of it, the other party wanted to kill Yi Hua cleanly, not even giving Yi Hua the chance to help Yi Hua up. Qing Yutong was angered to the point that she poked her hair, and Yi Hua's position was also exposed. Being sandwiched by the 2 of them, Yi Hua was already dead. Right now, the only thing that Yi Hua had to do was to break out of the encirclement. However, these 2 people's marksmanship was very accurate, and it would be very hard for Yi Hua to break out of the encirclement. Looking at the 2-seater motorcycle that was not far away from him, Yi Hua decided to take a gamble. He took out the grenade and threw it in their direction. Then, he ran towards the motorcycle. As expected. He was safe when the grenade exploded, because they would try to avoid it. But after the thunder, it was time to show off his skills. Da. Wow, brother-in-law, you're so flirtatious. Snakeskin. Yi Hua did not say anything and silently took a puff of the cigarette. I am no longer the newbie that I was playing just now. Although I was moving in a snake-like manner, I still got hit a few times, and my HP immediately turned red. Luckily, I got onto the motorcycle and escaped. That's true. Brother-in-law is amazing. Mwah. Before Yi Hua could finish his words, the motorcycle crashed into a tree and the screen turned black. Yi Hua lost in driving skills. The 2 people who were sandwiched were also dumbfounded. Their stomachs were hurting from laughing too hard. They had originally thought that he was a king, but they didn't expect him to be a bronze. Qing Yutong held onto her forehead, and towards her brother-in-law's driving skills, she was completely convinced. Yi Hua felt that this wouldn't do. I have to bitterly train my spear techniques, this is the hard truth. Without spear techniques, it is impossible for me to win this game. I'm back. Qing Yu reminded faintly. Meanwhile, Yi Hua responded and continued to play duo with his sister-in-law. The corner of Qing Yu's mouth slightly twitched. In order to come back home earlier, I did not rest for even a moment, and now that I am back home, you only have this kind of attitude. Humph. Qing Yu snorted and returned back to her bedroom. Meanwhile, the 2 people who were playing duo were very indifferent, there was nothing that was able to stop their passion for eating chicken. After boarding onto the plane, Qing Yutong turned on the microphone and said with her sweet voice, "Welcome, everyone, to No Chicken Dinner Flight XX-188, this flight departs from S City. Along the way, we will pass by air raid shelter, Rozhok, school, wilderness, and finally, the final destination is the military base. The plane has already taken off. Please turn off all mobile devices. Please fasten your seatbelt, keep your small table properly, please confirm if you have brought your parachute, and choose a suitable place to parachute. I hope that the passengers will not be able to eat chicken, turn into boxes upon landing, explode while driving, get smashed by the airdrop, die while running away from the blue circle, and for those who are still dripping with blood, asterisk and hashtag yen %yen and asterisk and hashtag yen. Please come to this flight again next time. Please remember XX188, XX188. /sent abr sent ID equals 33. After Qing Yutong finished speaking, there were only 2 people left in the cabin. Brother-in-law done, let's monopolize the C building. /sent abr script async src equals https://pagid2. Google syndication. com/pagid/js/etsbigoogle. JS. Client equals CA, pub, 60633447053353344 inch cross origin equals anonymous /script ins class equals adds bigoogle style equals display block text align center data add layout equals in article data add format equals fluid data add client equals CA pub 60633447053353344 data add slot equals 8400950845 /in script adds bigoogle equals window adds bigoogle push /script br sent ID equals 34. However, after the 2 of them parachuted, Qing Yutong was in despair. Why is there not even a single gun in the entire military base? /sent abr sent ID equals 35. After taking a bath, Qingya prepared to choose an evening dress. Looking at herself in the mirror, I'm so beautiful that I'm stupefied. /sent abr sent ID equals 36. However, she was also very vexed. Today, I can't steal the limelight from others, it would be better for me to be a bit more low-key. Looking at the cleansing star fan on the table, Qingya held the fan in her hand and compared it for a bit, then slightly fanned it. This fan is so comfortable, it is even more comfortable than having air conditioning. Just where did Yihua find this fan from? This fan is too mystical, right? /sent abr sent ID equals 37. However, I can use the fan to match with a set of clothes. I might as well choose a set of white cheongsam, walking the retro route. This way, I won't steal the limelight. Qingya chose a set of white cheongsam that did not have any patterns on it, it was simply too low-key. She tied her hair up, revealing her spotlessly white goose neck. /sent abr sent ID equals 38, it's still too beautiful. /sent ID equals 39, Qingya said gloomily. Right now, I am still not putting on any makeup. From the looks of it, I basically don't need to put on any makeup in the future. /sent abr sent ID equals 40. Picking up the star cleansing fan, with a swoosh, I opened it up. Together with the diamond ring that is on my hand, it is too much of a show-off. Let Yihua take a look at it, I wonder if he will be satisfied with it or not. /sent abr sent ID equals 41. Yihua, what do you think of this set of clothes of mine? Pushing open the door, Qingya asked tenderly. /sent abr sent ID equals 42 n. Yihua answered lightly without even turning his head around. /sent abr sent ID equals 43. Big sister, you look good no matter what you wear. /sent ID equals 44. Qing Yutong revealed her bootlicking technique, causing Qingya to feel a bit better. This scoundrel has already taken such a big advantage of me, and he still doesn't know how to cherish it. /sent abr sent ID equals 45. Yihua, quickly go and prepare, we will be setting off in 2 hours. Qingya looked at the clock, it was already 6:00 now. /sent abr sent ID equals 46. Yihua took a puff of the cigarette and said faintly, when did I say that I am going? /sent ID equals 47 and you are not allowed to go. /sent abr sent ID equals 48 you. /sent ID equals 49. Qingya was really angry. This scoundrel, he only knows how to play games and watch cartoons, and doesn't care about anything else. /sent abr sent ID equals 50. In anger, Qingya directly unplugged the power, then returned to the bedroom and even heavily closed the door. /sent abr script async src equals https://pagid2. Google syndication. com/pagid/js/adsbigoogle. JS. Client equals CA, pub, 606334470533534 inch cross origin equals, anonymous, /script ins class equals, adsbigoogle, style equals, display, block, text align, center, data ad layout equals, in article, data ad format equals, fluid, data ad client equals, CA, pub, 606334470533534, data ad slot equals, 8400950845, /in script, adsbigoogle equals window. Adsbigoogle. Push, /script br sent ID equals 51 a brother-in-law, you should go and take a look at big sister. Qing Yutong shook Yihua's hand and persuaded. /sent br sent ID equals 52, Yihua extinguished the cigarette butt and coldly walked towards the bedroom. I was just about to properly teach those arrogant humans a lesson, and then the power was unplugged. This Qingya, I even thought that she had become obedient. /sent ID equals 53, I didn't expect that she was still the same as before. /sent br sent ID equals 54 opening the bedroom door, Yihua could see that Qingya was packing her clothes, looking like she was going to leave home. /sent br sent ID equals 55, Yihua's brows wrinkled, then shouted, what are you doing? /sent br sent ID equals 56 I'm leaving. /sent ID equals 57 I've had enough of you. Qingya shouted coldly. /sent br sent ID equals 58, Yihua walked forward and threw the suitcase to the side, making a clattering sound. /sent br sent ID equals 59 Qing Yutong, who was hiding outside the door and eavesdropping, felt her heart sink. Is he really going to fight? /sent br sent ID equals 60 say that one more time. /sent ID equals 61 Yihua's gaze was cold, and his tone suddenly became cold as he looked down at the woman in front of him. To other people, this woman might be an unattainable woman, but to Yihua, she was just an unqualified wife. /sent br /div class equals, order box, style equals, text align, center, h3, you've already exceeded your reading limit for today. If you want to read more, please log in. /h3 br /ref equals, JavaScript, login, type equals, button, class equals, btn_red, login /div id equals, report tooltip, select text and click report to let us know about any bad translation. /div class equals, next page box, a class equals, previous, ref equals, JavaScript, enter preindex page, and hashtag 39, 1462260612777096592 and hashtag 39, comma and hashtag 39. 1462308015535812608 and hashtag 39, comma and hashtag 39, 57 and hashtag 39, comma and hashtag 39, you cannot afford to offend my woman and hashtag 39 winky face, previous is /a class equals var, ref equals, /s index you cannot afford to offend my woman, index is a class equals, next, ref equals, JavaScript. Enter next index page, and hashtag 39, 1262260612777096592 and hashtag 39, comma and hashtag 39, 1462308017188368384 and hashtag 39, comma and hashtag 39, 59 and hashtag 39, comma and hashtag 39. You cannot afford to offend my woman and hashtag 39 winky face. Next is /div div class equals, read pop-up QR box, style equals, display, none. A class equals, close pop-up, ref equals, JavaScript, void, 0, on click equals, JavaScript, $. Mask box. QR box. hide, /a. div class equals pop-up tit. h3, /h3. /div. div class equals QR list. O. /o. /div. /div a div class equals read pop-up setup box style equals display none a class equals close pop-up ref equals JavaScript void 0 on click equals JavaScript $. Mask box. Setup box. Hide /a div class equals pop-up tit h3 setting e/h3 /div a div class equals setup list li class equals read theme m class equals tit theme and nbsp /m a id equals setup _ color _ white class equals white current ref equals JavaScript void 0 title equals white on click equals JavaScript book detail. Set backup color 1 /a id equals setup _ color _ green class equals green ref equals JavaScript void 0 title equals green on click equals JavaScript book detail. Set backup color 2 /a id equals setup _ color _ pink class equals pink ref equals JavaScript void 0 title equals pink on click equals JavaScript book detail. Set backup color 3 /a id equals setup _ color _ yellow class equals yellow ref equals JavaScript void 0 title equals yellow on click equals JavaScript book detail. Set backup color 4 /a id equals setup _ color _ gray class equals gray ref equals JavaScript void 0 title equals gray on click equals JavaScript book detail. Set backup color 5 /a id equals setup _ color _ night class equals night ref equals JavaScript void 0 title equals night on click equals JavaScript book detail. Set backup color 6 /a li class equals set font set btn m class equals tit font e/m a id equals setup _ font _ Nunato sans class equals set Nunato sans current ref equals JavaScript void 0 on click equals JavaScript book detail. Set read font family 0 Nunato sans /a id equals setup _ font _ Merriweather class equals set Merriweather ref equals JavaScript void 0 on click equals JavaScript book detail. Set read font family 1 Merriweather /a/li li class equals font size set btn m class equals tit font size and nbsp /m a class equals small ref equals JavaScript void 0 on click equals JavaScript book detail. Set read font -2 a-/s span class equals current _ font id equals c fonts 18 e/span a class equals big ref equals JavaScript void 0 on click equals JavaScript book detail. Set read font 2 a plus e/s/li /div class equals mask box style equals display none /div id equals shower span id equals labera status /span /div class equals mask box style equals display none on click equals JavaScript ufans. Close box /div class equals read pop-up PC box style equals display none id equals show PC /div class equals read pop-up flower box style equals display none id equals show flower /div class equals read pop-up news tip box style equals display none id equals show note /div. Div id equals screen input class equals screen _ toolbar div style equals height 5px class equals Lewy call xs2 Lewy call sm3 Lewy call md4 Lewy call lg4 /div class equals Lewy call xs6 Lewy call sm4 Lewy call md4 Lewy call lg4 input type equals text id equals Screen bullet text, required lay verify equals, required, placeholder equals, autocomplete equals, off, class equals, laywe input, /div class equals, laywe, call, xs2 laywe, call, sm1 laywe, call, md1 laywe, call, lg1, button. Class equals, laywe btn danger send, /button, /div form id equals, screen switch, class equals, laywe form, div class equals, laywe form item, style equals, position, fixed, right, 0px, bottom, 100px, title equals, ndlt. And dash, label class equals, laywe form label, style equals, opacity, 0. 5. Font weight, bold, color, red, /label and dash, and gt, div class equals, laywe input class equals, clear, type equals, checkbox, name equals, switch, lay skin equals, switch, /div form, script language equals, JavaScript, type equals, text /JavaScript, function go to Google Play, window. Open, https://play. Google. com/store/apps/details. ID equals com, novelty, if, font, $. Readbox. CSS, font size, font plus, px, $, #cfonts. HTML, font, $, #chapter body. Attribute, class, article content font, plus font, book detail. Reshow cover, if, font number, book detail. Set read font family, font number, if, color number, book detail. Set backup color, color number, if, color number equals $6, $. Logo img. Attribute, src, /images/logo _white. png, // var book id equals $, #book id. Val, var current index id equals $, #current content id. Val, var current index number equals $, #current index number. Val, $. Ajax, type, get, URL, /user /query is in shelf, data, book ID, $, #book ID. Val, data type, JSON, success, function, data, if, data. Code equals 200, if, data. Data, $, #cfaves. HTML, a class equals / ICO_shelf / ref equals / JavaScript, void, 0, / beat in library / bia / $. Ajax, type, post, URL, /user /add read history, data, book ID, pre-content ID, current index ID, data type, JSON, success, function, data, error, function, else if, data. Code equals 1001, / else, layer. Alert, data. Message, error, function, layer. Alert, network error. $, #content. CSS, min height, $, window. Height, 60, plus, px, var last read book index data equals, last read book index data, index ID equals current index ID, last read book index data, index name equals $, #current index name. Val, last read book index data, index number equals current index number, last read book index data, index create time equals $, #current index create time. Val, local storage. Set item, last read book index, plus book ID, JSON. Stringify, last read book index data, var pre-index ID equals $, #pre-index ID. Val, var pre-index number equals $, #pre-index number. Val, var next index ID equals $, #next index ID. Val, var next index number equals $, #next index number. Val, var simple name equals $, #simple name. Val, $, function, book detail. Get read set, book ID, current index ID, pre-index ID, next index ID, pre-index number, next index number, simple name, $. ICO_setup. Click, function, $. Mask box. Setup box. Show, $. IC_phone. Click, function, $. Mask box. QR box. Show, $, window. Scroll, function, var top equals $, document. Scroll top, var bottom equals $, document. Height, top, $, window. Height, if, top greater than 50, $. Menu _left. CSS, position, fixed, $. Menu _left. CSS, top, 2px, else, $. Menu _left. CSS, position, absolute, $. Menu _left. CSS, top, 60px, if, bottom less than 150, $. Menu _right. CSS, position, absolute, $. Menu _right. CSS, bottom, 150px, else, $. Menu _right. CSS, position, fixed, $. Menu _right. CSS, bottom, 2px, var bg class equals 1, if, bg class equals 6, $. Logo img. src, /images /logo _white. png, $. Read thema. Click, function, $. Logo img. src, /images /logo. png, $. Hashtag setup _color night. Click, function, $. Logo img. src, /images /logo _white. png, var turn page button freeze equals false, function enter pre-index page, book ID, book index ID, pre-number, simple name, if, turn page button freeze, return, turn page button freeze equals true, if, book index ID equals 0, / window. Location. Ref equals /book / book ID / book index ID plus. HTML, window. Location. Ref equals s simple name / pre-number, else, / window. Location. Ref equals /book /index list + book ID plus. HTML, window. Location. Ref equals /s /index + simple name, function enter next index page, book ID, book index ID, next number, simple name, if, turn page button freeze, return, turn page button freeze equals true, if, book index ID equals 0, / window. Location. Ref equals /book + book ID / book index ID plus. HTML, window. Location. Ref equals s simple name / next number, else, window. Location. Ref equals /s recommend + simple name, function read limit upgrade, window. Location. Ref equals /pay /index. HTML. Return URL equals +window. Location. Ref, function by book index, / $. Ajax, / type, post, / URL, /user by book index, / data, book ID, $, hashtag book ID. Val, book name, $, hashtag book name. Val, / book index ID, $, hashtag pre-content ID. Val, book index name, $, hashtag pre-index name. Val, / data type, JSON, / success, function, data, / if, data. Code equals 200, / location. Reload, / // else if, data. Code equals 1001 // location. Ref equals /user /login. HTML. Origin URL equals plus decode URI component, location. Ref / // else / layer. Alert, data. Message / a / error, function / layer. Alert, network error. / window. Location. Ref equals /pay /index dash plus book ID plus. HTML. Return URL equals plus window. Location. Ref, function unlock book, $. Get, /book /query book index content, book ID, $, hashtag book ID. Val, book index ID, $, hashtag current content ID. Val, auto unlock, $, hashtag unlock check, 0. Checked, function, res, $, hashtag show reading. HTML, res. Data, $, hashtag unlock div. Hide, $, hashtag share unlock div. Hide, $. Post, /book /add visit count, book ID, $, hashtag book ID. Val, function login, location. Ref equals /user /login. HTML. Origin URL equals plus decode URI component, location. Ref, function set auto unlock, $. Post, /user /set auto unlock, $. Switch component, 0. Checked, function, / start FBQ, track, view content _IDs, book ID / ENDFB /script. Script th, if equals, $, ID, EQ1262260612777095189 inch async equals, async, datic facing equals, false, src equals, / upgulpinen. com/1. Z equals 4664834 inch /script type equals, text /javascript, function open report service, let sentence report dialog equals document. Get element by ID, sentence report dialog, let dialog content equals document. Get element by ID, SR dialog content, let comment text area equals document. Query selector, hashtag SR dialog comment input text area, let dialog cancel btn equals document. Get element by ID, SR dialog cancel, let dialog send btn equals document. Get element by ID, SR dialog send, let report error btn equals document. Get element by ID, report error btn, let show reading equals document. Get element by ID, show reading, let can report equals document. Query selector, hashtag can report. Value equals false. False, true, let span indexes equals, let selection string equals null, let underscore span indexes, let underscore selection string, let is sending report equals false, function show report error btn, report error btn. Class list. Add, report error btn show, function hide report error btn, report error btn. Class list. Remove, report error btn show, function click report error btn, / show reading. Style. Color equals hashtag plus math. Random. To string, 16. Slice, -6, dialog content. Inner HTML equals selection string, open sentence report dialog, hide report error btn, report error btn. Add event listener, click report error btn, function reset report error btn position, y, let, x, container x, y, container y, equals document. Query selector, hashtag show reading. Get bounding client rect, report error btn. Style. Top equals y, container y plus, px, function show dialog sending loading animation, dialog send btn. Class list. Add, sr dialog send sending, function hide dialog sending loading animation, dialog send btn. Class list. Remove, sr dialog send sending, let sending report ajax equals null, function cancel handler, comment text area. Value equals, close sentence report dialog, if, sending report ajax, sending report ajax. Abort, hide dialog sending loading animation, is sending report equals false, async function send handler, if, is sending report, return, show dialog sending loading animation, is sending report equals true, let comment equals comment text area. Value, let proxy resolve, let pro equals new promise, function, resolve, proxy resolve equals resolve, var book index ID equals $, hashtag current content ID. Val, sending report ajax equals $. Ajax, URL, /user/sentence/report, type, post, headers, content type, application/JSON, data, JSON. Stringify, sentence, _selection string, comment, book index ID, span indexes, _span indexes. Done, function, response, proxy resolve, response, let response equals await pro, if, response. Code equals 200, comment text area. Value equals, layer. Open, title, successful, icon, 1, content, the report is successfully sent. Thank you for your feedback. Close sentence report dialog, sending report ajax equals null, else, layer. Open, title, failed, icon, 2, content, report sending failed, please try again. Hide dialog sending loading animation, is sending report equals false, function open sentence report dialog, _span indexes equals span indexes, _selection string equals selection string, dialog cancel btn. Add event listener, click, cancel handler, dialog send btn. Add event listener, click, send handler, sentence report dialog. Class list. Remove, dialog hidden, function close sentence report dialog, dialog cancel btn. Remove event listener, click, cancel handler, dialog send btn. Remove event listener, click, send handler, sentence report dialog. Class list. Add, dialog hidden, function switch to correct fault mode, callback, let handler equals, equals, let selection equals window. Get selection, let range try, range equals selection. Get range at, 0, let range start DOM equals range. End container, let range end DOM equals range. Start container, let is valid equals selection. To string. Replace, new regexp, \s single quote, g. Length 1 end range start DOM. Parent element. Closest, hashtag show reading, and range end DOM. Parent element. Closest, hashtag show reading, callback, is valid, selection, catch, console. Log, invalid selection. Document. Add event listener, selection change, handler, return, equals, document. Remove event listener, selection change, handler, // span index function get span indexes, template str, beginning, offset, reverse equals false, skip valid equals false, let beginning container equals beginning. Node name equals hashtag text. Beginning. Parent element, beginning, let span indexes equals, beginning container. Get attribute, ID, if, beginning. Text content. Includes, template str, // else, let concat str equals, if. Reverse, concat str equals beginning. Text content. Slice, offset, // let below equals beginning container, while. Concat str. Includes, template str, and end below. Next sibling, below equals below. Next sibling, concat str plus equals below. Node name equals br. Below. Text content, if, below. Node name. Equals equals hashtag text, and below. Node name equals equals sent, and below. Get attribute, ID, span indexes. Push, below. Get attribute, ID, / concat str. Index of, template str. Equals 0 and. Skip valid, return, else, concat str equals beginning. Text content. Slice, 0, offset, / let upper equals beginning container, while. Concat str. Includes, template str, and end upper. Previous sibling, upper equals upper. Previous sibling, concat str equals, upper. Node name equals br. Upper. Text content, plus concat str, if, upper. Node name. Equals hashtag text, and upper. Node name equals sent, and end upper. Get attribute, ID, span indexes. Push, upper. Get attribute, ID, / concat str. Index of, template str. Equals concat str. Length, template str. Length and. Skip valid, return span indexes, function get span indexes in all content, template str, let span indexes equals, let concat str equals show reading. Child nodes, 0. Child nodes, 0. Text content, / let below equals show reading. Child nodes, 0, while, below. Next sibling, below equals below. Next sibling, concat str plus equals below. Node name equals br. Below. Text content, if, concat str. Includes, template str, and end below. Node name equals sent, and end below. Get attribute, ID, span indexes. Push, below. Get attribute, ID, concat str equals, return span indexes, if, can report, switch to correct fault mode, is valid, selection, equals, if, is valid, span indexes equals, show report error btn, let, x, start x, y, start y, height, start height, equals selection. Get range at, 0. Get bounding client rect, reset report error btn position, start y plus start height plus 8, let start text equals selection. Anchor node, let start offset equals selection. Anchor offset, let end text equals selection. Focus node, let end offset equals selection. Focus offset, let reverse equals false, let range instead equals selection. Get range at, 0, / start end nbsp, if, start text. Next sibling equals show reading, start text equals show reading. Child nodes, 0. Child nodes, 0, start offset equals 0, let underscore range equals document. Create range underscore range. Set start text, start offset, underscore range. Set end, range instead. End container, range instead. End offset, range instead equals underscore range, if, end text. Next sibling equals show reading, end text equals show reading. Child nodes, 0. Child nodes, 0, end offset equals 0, let underscore range equals document. Create range underscore range. Set start, end text, end offset, underscore range. Set end, range instead. End container, range instead. End offset, range instead equals underscore range, / if, end text equals start text and start offset, end offset, reverse equals true, / start end, start end. If, start text. Equals show reading and end text. Equals show reading, let over node equals start text. Parent element. Previous sibling, while, reverse equals false and over node, if, over node equals end text. Parent element, reverse equals true, overnode equals overnode. Previous sibling, // start end if, reverse, let temp1 equals start text, let temp2 equals start offset, start text equals end text, start offset equals end offset, end text equals temp1, end offset equals temp2, let filter adver content equals selection. To string. Replace, \n, plus, adds bigoogle equals window. Adds bigoogle. Push, if, start text equals end text and in start text. Equals show reading, // start end, selection string equals start text. Text content. Slice, 0, start offset, plus I, a selection string plus equals filter adver content, selection string plus equals \/ let split result equals end text. Text content. Slice, end offset. Split, /, \s, $, selection string plus equals split result, 0, plus, split result, 1, // span indexes equals get span indexes, range instead. To string, start text, start offset, false, else, // start end, if, start text. Equals show reading and end text. Equals show reading, // selection string equals start text. Text content. Slice, 0, start offset. Split. Slice, -1, 0, plus I, a selection string plus equals start text. Text content. Slice, start offset, // start, end, br selection string let node equals start text. Parent element. Next sibling, while, node. Equals end text. Parent element, if, node. Node name equals br, selection string plus equals, br, else, selection string plus equals node. Text content, node equals node. Next sibling, selection string plus equals end text. Text content. Slice, 0, end offset, selection string equals selection string. Replace, \n, plus, adds bigoogle equals window. Adds bigoogle. Push, selection string plus equals, \/ I let split result equals end text. Text content. Slice, end offset. Split, // \s, $, selection string plus equals split result, 0, plus, split result, 1, span indexes equals get span indexes, range instead. To string, start text, start offset, false, else if, start text equals show reading and end text. Equals show reading, selection string equals, I plus filter adver content plus, \/ let indexes 1 equals get span indexes, range instead. To string, end text, end offset, false, let indexes 2 equals get span indexes, range instead. To string, end text, end offset, true, span indexes equals indexes 1. Length 0. Indexes 1, indexes 2, else if, start text. Equals show reading and end text equals show reading, selection string equals, I plus filter adver content plus, \/ let indexes 1 equals get span indexes, range instead. To string, start text, start offset, false, let indexes 2 equals get span indexes, range instead. To string, start text, start offset, true, span indexes equals indexes 1. Length 0. Indexes 1, indexes 2, else if, start text equals show reading and end text equals show reading, selection string equals, I plus filter adver content plus, \/ span indexes equals get span indexes in all content, range instead. To string, else, hide report error btn, open report service, /script type equals, text /javascript, src equals, /javascript share this. JS /script type equals, text /javascript, src equals, /javascript /sharethisinit. JS/script type equals text/JavaScript // var need share equals false, var need share, var shared equals false, var btns equals document. Get elements by class name, stbtn, var index, function on share click, if, need share, shared equals true, $. Post/user/update share info, null, index equals layer. Load, 2, shade, 0, 5, number 000, //0, 1 function init share btn, if, btns. Length equals 0, set timeout, equals, init share btn, 500, return, if, need share, 4, let I equals 0, I btns. Length, I++, btns, I. On click equals on share click, init share btn, window. On focus equals function, if, need share and unshared, shared equals false, set timeout, equals, layer. Close, index, $. Get, /book/query need share book index content, book ID, $, hashtag book ID hidden. Val, book index ID, $, hashtag current content ID. Val, function, res2, $, hashtag show reading. HTML, res2. Data, $, hashtag share unlocked IV. Hide, need share equals false, 2000, /script/body/html. Chapter 59. Why? Yihua asked coldly. You still ask me why? Have you done what a husband should do? I just wanted you to see if my clothes were good or not, but you didn't even turn your head. I asked you to accompany me to the banquet, but you refused. Don't you know that people will bully your wife? What kind of husband are you? I must have been blind to have taken a fancy to you. Qingye scolded as she pushed Yihua away. Her aura was oppressive, and she was simply unrivaled. Qingye was only willing to stop when she pushed Yihua onto the wall. I cooperated with you, hoping to become the woman that you want me to be, but what about you? You only think about yourself. How can you be so selfish? Can't you treat me better? What Qingye scolded was indeed right, Yihua was indeed selfish. Are you done scolding? Yihua asked gravely. No. Why don't we order takeout first? Qingye froze, and her beautiful face became completely red. With a poochie sound, she laughed, and this laughter brought tears, and gradually, she started crying loudly. Why was her life so bitter? She was clearly in the middle of a quarrel, a breakup, and a divorce, yet she was thinking of ordering takeout. She really couldn't go on living like this. Yihua hugged onto Qingye, who was crying bitterly, and no matter how much she struggled, Yihua didn't let go. I can go with you, but you have to promise me one thing. Just from the aura that Qingye gave off when she pushed me just now, I can tell that she has the potential to become his honor's wife. What? Be obedient in the future. Yihua. Tell me clearly, when have I ever been disobedient? If you want me to peel the crayfish, I'll peel it for you. If you want me to buy breakfast, I'll go too. I, Qingye, have never listened to a man like this in my entire life. Qingye shouted angrily. What I mean is, don't run away from home so easily in the future. Yihua's tone became much more relaxed. I hope that this scene will not be seen by others. If not, where would I, a supreme overlord, be able to put my face? To be threatened by a woman, and on top of that, I succeeded. Qingye went into a daze for a moment, and both of them became silent at the same time. You look very good in this qipao, very beautiful. Yihua said faintly. Don't think that I will forgive you just because you said something nice. Rumble, Qingye's stomach failed to live up to her expectations and made a sound. This is so awkward, especially during the confrontation of aura. With this sound, I have already lost half of the battle. After letting go of Qingye, Yihua said with a slight smile, I will order takeout. On the other hand, Qingye covered her face and ran into the washroom. What a disgrace, Qing Yutong, who was outside the door, let out a sigh. Quarreling for 10 minutes, reconciling for 20 seconds. In the future, if they were to quarrel, I'll just buy some melon seeds and spicy sticks, pull out a small stool, and quietly watch them. Yihua, why don't you wear this suit? The suit that you are wearing right now is filled with the stench of smoke. Their temper came and went quickly. See, the two of them immediately acted as if nothing had happened. Yihua took off his suit and wore the one that was in Qingya's hands. Help me bring this one to dry clean. Qingya folded the suit neatly and placed it at the side. When the time comes, I will send the suit to be cleaned. Looking at Qingya busying herself here and there, Yihua felt that Qingya had changed a bit. Seems like my teachings are still effective. Not long later, the crayfish was served, and the three began to enjoy the delicacy of the crayfish. Right now, needless to say, Qingya would take the initiative to peel the crayfish for Yihua, and after eating one crayfish for herself, she would peel the crayfish for Yihua. Yihua was like a big boss as he enjoyed the delicacies. Having a woman is so comfortable. Yutong, I am going to acquire a broadcasting platform, and it will be completed within these few days. At that time, you will have to cooperate with me to advertise the platform. Qingya took out the prawn meat, placed it into Yihua's bowl, and said faintly. Alright. Yutong, recently, Leisure Bar's business isn't good. When should we advertise it a bit and stand on the platform? Yihua picked up the prawn meat with his chopsticks and said. He felt that the prawn meat was more interesting to eat than the dragon meat. The chopsticks in Qing Yutong's hand immediately fell onto the ground. The two of you, to actually treat me as a money-making machine, you two have no conscience. Qingya said faintly, before you become a has-been, you can still earn money. After that, it would be hard to say. Yihua added. A tiger that has fallen from grace is being bullied by big sister, and also brother-in-law. I am going to sue you two for kidnapping child labor. Qingya smiled and said, Yutong, you are not young anymore. When are you planning to get married? I like brother-in-law. Qing Yutong began to counterattack. As long as you two are talking about this matter, you two are using brother-in-law as a weapon. Stop fooling around, be more serious. Qingya said. Qing Yutong pouted her mouth, then drank a mouthful of cocktail. I am not joking, I just like brother-in-law, forget it, do as you wish. Qingya felt that she couldn't do anything about it. I will just let her live and perish on her own. In actuality, with Qing Yutong's current appearance, wouldn't it be easy for her to find a husband? Yihua stretched out his hand and patted onto Qing Yutong's head. Yutong, it is fine for you to like brother-in-law, but you have to improve yourself first, only then will brother-in-law like you. Qing Yutong didn't expect that her brother-in-law would be so cooperative, and said shyly, since brother-in-law has already said so, sister-in-law will definitely cooperate, I will not disappoint brother-in-law. Qingya chose to ignore it, these two are determined to anger me. Seeing that Qingya was silent, Yihua was very satisfied. This is how a wife should be magnanimous. Seeing that her big sister was silent, Qing Yutong was secretly happy in her heart. So big sister has tacitly agreed to it, so perverted. I am full, you two can go on your date, I am going back to my room to play games. Brother-in-law, remember to come back early, we will combine our swords and go on a killing spree. Qing Yutong touched her mouth and laughed. Alright. Yihua said indifferently. However, Qingya rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Yihua, you are already going to be a father, and you are still playing games with Yutong. Boring. If you are bored, then go and find a job. Even more boring. Qingya gave up, this fellow is so lazy that he has reached a critical point. Coming to the bedroom, Qingya changed into a white cheongsam, and Yihua leaned on the side and looked at her. No matter from which angle I look at my woman, she is so perfect, not bad. Yihua, come over and help me pull up the zipper. Qingya called out lightly. Yihua walked to the back of Qingya, pulled up the zipper, and wrapped his hands around Qingya's slender waist. The two of them looked at each other in the mirror at the same time. It must be said that their appearance is simply a perfect match, and the expression on their brows is also perfect. A match made in heaven is nothing more than this. Facing Yihua's gaze, Qingya was a bit shy and slightly turned her face away. What are you looking at? Looking at whether you have eye wax or not. The romantic atmosphere immediately disappeared completely, and what was left behind was only Qingya's anger. Go. I don't want to talk to you. Looking at the beautiful back view, Yihua laughed lightly, then walked out of the bedroom and went downstairs. Yihua's heart became cold. Wei Chang and the other employees are just standing there doing nothing. This is a sign that the company is going to collapse. Seems like I have to let my sister-in-law do some publicity. Chapter 60. After Yihua and Qingya left, Tang Wei came to the front of Uncle Wei and asked in a low voice, Uncle Wei, why do I feel that the lady boss has become more beautiful? Oh, that's normal. Wei Chang said calmly. In his heart, there was no distinction between beautiful women and ugly women. To Wei Chang, they were all just food. Uncle Wei, do you like beautiful girls? After a long time, Tang Wei asked shyly. Wei Chang didn't think much of it. It's all right. Tang Wei secretly rejoiced and asked again, then, do you mind if your girlfriend is much younger than you? No. Wei Chang's answer was very decisive. In his heart, there was no concept of age. Then, Uncle Wei, do you mind if I become your girlfriend? Tang Wei made up her mind. At worst, she would just be heartlessly rejected like last time. Actually, after thinking about it, Tang Wei felt that she was too impulsive at that time. Her boss was too handsome. However, Wei Chang was different. Because she had been in contact with Wei Chang every day, she was slowly moved by Wei Chang's concern. Therefore, today's confession wasn't blind, it was very serious. If Wei Chang rejected her, she reckoned that she would be even sadder than that day. To someone like Wei Chang, a girlfriend was dispensable. After hearing Tang Wei's confession, Wei Chang tightly wrinkled his brows, causing Tang Wei's heart to sink. Just as Yihua was about to open his mouth to reject Yihua, Yihua suddenly recalled his honor's teaching. Learn about human nature. Even his honor had already gotten a wife, and Lai Gu even had 3 wives. Shouldn't I also learn about human emotions? This is not a bad idea. Looking at Tang Wei in front of him, although she was not at the level of madam, she could be considered as one of the best among human women. Being able to accompany him could be considered as passing. Xiao Tang, of course you can be my girlfriend. Wei Chang smiled. Hearing Wei Chang's reply, Tang Wei felt that it was a bit strange, but she didn't care too much about it. Uncle Wei agreed, that's great. She suddenly kissed Uncle Wei on the cheek and jogged away to her best friend's side with a shy look on her face. Wei Chang touched the place where he was kissed just now and was currently feeling it. It feels soft and very comfortable, no wonder both his honor and Lai Gu have women, it turns out that this is the taste. Wei Wei, you. Tang Wei's best friend was called Fang Qian, and the two of them were in the same dormitory. However, Fang Qian was not as beautiful as Tang Wei, and was a very ordinary girl. However, Fang Qian's heart was still very good, and it could be seen from how she pleaded for Tang Wei last time. Tang Wei shyly bit her lips as she secretly looked towards Wei Chang. With one look, one could tell that she was a little girl who had fallen in love. Fang Qian, I know what you are thinking, but this time, I am not being impulsive. Tang Wei knew that her best friend was worried about her and thought that she was being hot-headed again. Fang Qian felt that it was normal for Tang Wei to like the boss. At the very least, the age difference between them was not much. But Uncle Wei was at least 20 years older than Tang Wei. Wei Wei, but your age, what's the matter? Uncle Wei is getting old, at least I still have the strength to take care of him. Tang Wei said with a light smile. Seemingly, she had long thought of this kind of problem and had already made a plan. Actually, Tang Wei had been following her mother since she was young. Her father had died early, and she, who had never experienced fatherly love, suddenly met with Wei Chang, this kind of uncle and warm man. Her heart was immediately captivated. This was the man she wanted. Fang Qian still did not understand. With Tang Wei's ability, she would have limitless potential after graduation. Uncle Wei was indeed very nice to people and was also very handsome, but in the end, he was just a security captain. Fang Qian did not voice out her thoughts. After all, this was Tang Wei's own decision. Wei Wei, tomorrow is Jia Jiaojia's birthday, are we going? Fang Qian frowned and asked, seemingly hesitating. After hearing that, Tang Wei also revealed out an unhappy expression, let's go, in any case, we are still in the same dormitory. But she, alright, rich people are all like that, let's just ignore her. Sigh, we can only do this. Fang Qian said. Jia Jiaojia was very rich, the car that she drove to school was even a Ferrari-level supercar, and the other girls in the dormitory were all people from ordinary families, how could they be as rich as Jia Jiaojia? And Jia Jiaojia was very unhappy with Tang Wei, not for any other reason, but just because Tang Wei was good-looking. Thus, Jia Jiaojia thought of all sorts of ways to bring Tang Wei along with her and then ridiculed Tang Wei. At the start, Tang Wei thought that Jia Jiaojia was a rich second generation, but later on, she found out that Jia Jiaojia was also a rich second generation, and gradually became estranged from Jia Jiaojia. Adding on that Jia Jiaojia did not live in the dormitory, their relationship was just like that. However, towards Jia Jiaojia's invitation, Tang Wei was hoping that Jia Jiaojia would not be like how she was in the past. In actuality, Tang Wei was thinking too much, it was hard to change a person's nature, even Wei Chang was unable to change his bad habit of eating people. On the other side, Yi Hua and Qingye drove towards Pin 1 clubhouse. Yi Hua sized up Qingye, and Qingye who was driving naturally knew that Yi Hua was looking at her. Yi Hua, can you move your eyeballs to another direction? Qingye couldn't take it anymore, she felt that wherever this fellow's gaze landed on, that part of her would feel very itchy. Yi Hua seemed to be not very satisfied. Qingye, aren't you dressed too casually? You didn't say that at home just now. Qingye said angrily, this is simply looking for trouble. Oh, just now at home, I only looked at your charm. Charm your head. Qingye pouted. If this man was a bit more obedient, I would be able to save myself a lot of trouble. Yi Hua was displeased, as my, Yi Hua's, wife, you are above tens of thousands of people and below only one person, you are destined to be the most resplendent woman. A few black lines immediately appeared on Qingye's forehead. I have never seen someone praise me like this before, below only one person. You are just beating around the bush to brag about yourself, right? However, at least I can still hear what you said at the end, at least you are tactful. Alright, stop bragging. Later on, when the banquet arrives, you can't be like this anymore, there should be a lot of big figures that will come. Qingye guessed. The banquet that was hosted by Shao family was no ordinary banquet. Yi Hua sneered, for me to be able to come, it will be the most honorable thing that happened in their entire lives. Qingye rolled down the car window on Yi Hua's side and said faintly, I will allow you to smoke a cigarette to calm down. Yi Hua didn't speak. What kind of banquet is worthy for me, the Supreme Overlord, to attend? I dare to ask who in this world is capable of inviting me, the Supreme Overlord. Even if I were to attend, my lifespan would be shortened. Yo, angry. Seeing that Yi Hua didn't speak and didn't smoke for a long time, Qingye laughed. Ignorant. Alright, I am ignorant, alright, great sir. Sometimes, Qingye felt that Yi Hua was just like a child that needed to be coaxed. It's good that you know. Qingye let out a sigh. My life is also bitter, in the future, after coaxing the young, I still have to coax the older. First-class clubhouse, one of the high-class places in Long-An City, the expenses here were rather high, and it was really hard for an ordinary person to spend money here. However, the most mysterious person here was the boss of this clubhouse, who had never appeared before. The clubhouse occupied a very large area, at least the size of a football field. Furthermore, the main point of the clubhouse was that it was located in the downtown area. In the Golden Long City, the clubhouse appeared to be very luxurious. Chapter 61. Qingye drove into the clubhouse unhurriedly, while Yihua held onto his chin, appearing to be very bored. I shouldn't have appeared in this kind of manner, I should have appeared in the same manner as a long time ago. I remember that there were many times when I appeared in this kind of occasion, and even bigger ones, and I would start killing without saying anything. My 7 subordinates would be enjoying it, and although I didn't make a move, it was also very comfortable to watch, enjoying the weak and small screams of the humans, just like the symphony music, and also those insignificant curses. It's just that I haven't had this kind of happy time for 5 years already. I really want to find another chance. I wonder which lucky person would have this kind of honor. What are you laughing at again? Qingye parked the car, then stretched out her hand and punched Yihua. Of course, it was the kind that punched Yihua's arm. It looked like she was complaining, but it looked more like she was acting coquettishly. Yihua came back to his senses, nothing much. Humph, forget it if you don't want to say. Qingye pouted. The two of them opened the door and got off the car. This small parking lot was already big enough for a car show. Qingye's car could be considered to be of low grade, and the rest of the cars were all top-notch business cars, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, and Audi. But all these were nothing. When Qingye walked out of the car, she was destined to become the main character today, no matter how much she lowered her own taste. That pure white cheongsam that she was wearing vividly displayed her curves, that delicate and tender skin that was just like a baby's skin, making people couldn't help but have the urge to take a bite. A devastatingly beautiful face made people exclaim in admiration, how could there be such a perfect face shape in the world? It was as if Nuwa opened the back door for her, and the white feather fan that she was holding on her hand added a kind of aristocratic charm, as if saying that she already had a man. And the ring on that pair of slender hands was even more dazzling, but a lot of people would only think that it was a man-made colored diamond, or maybe it was not a diamond at all, because how could a diamond have so many colors? Even if it was a rare colored diamond, it was also impossible. Of course, they did not know the origin of this diamond ring. This was a genuine unlimited ring. If the theory on the movie was true, then with just a snap of Qingye's fingers, half of the people would die. If Qingye knew that the ring that she was wearing had this kind of function, who knows what she would think. Of course, other than snapping of Qingye's fingers, there were also other functions. It was a pity that all of these functions were sealed by Yihua, and right now, it was just a diamond ring that was being suspected by others. Yihua's attire was still the same as before. He was wearing a black suit, and there was nothing special about him. If one really had to add something special, then it would be that there was an extremely beautiful Qingye beside him. The two of them, one black and one white, formed a sharp contrast. The hall of Class 1 clubhouse was very unique. There was a huge golden eagle suspended in the air at the center of the hall. It spread its wings and held a snake in its claws, but if anyone observed it closely, they would find that it was not a snake, but more like a dragon. The intersecting golden staircase was very tasteful, and it was very suitable for big shots to walk down from it. It would appear very imposing, and of course, it would also be very pretentious. Therefore, many big shots would choose to hold banquets here and enjoy that moment of pretentiousness. When the two of them appeared in the front hall of the clubhouse, they immediately became the center of attention. The woman stared at Yihua, and the man stared at Qingye. Isn't this Gaohai City's cool and elegant CEO Qingye? I haven't seen you for half a year and you've become even more beautiful. Yeah, I saw her in Gaohai City last month. She was also beautiful, but this time, I was even more amazed. I don't know why, but I just want to kneel and lick her. You men are truly perverted. Yihua sneered. My woman, you humans are only fit to lick her shoes. No, you don't even have the qualifications to kneel and lick her shoes. Yihua, let's take a walk outside first. Qingye said in a low voice. In the past, I have seen those lecherous gazes before, but today, it was especially different. Just like when I was in the company, the gazes of those men seemed to be able to see through me. As my woman, I am the one who is the center of attention of the world, so how can I have stage fright? In the future, I am going to be worshipped by all living beings, so I have to be able to dominate the scene. What are you walking for? Let's go over there and take a seat. Yi Hua said indifferently. There were quite a lot of people in the front hall, and all of them were here to participate in the banquet. Right now, the main character had not arrived yet, and thus, they were temporarily waiting here. However, all of them were standing while chatting, and no one went to sit on the spacious and soft sofa. If the main character were to appear and discover that you were sitting, he would definitely leave behind a bad impression towards you. After all of the people who came today were here to seek cooperation. Yi Hua, stop messing around. Qing Ye said in a low voice. Why is this fellow giving me such a headache? You are pregnant, you cannot stand for a long time. Yi Hua said lightly. This explanation made Qing Ye feel comfortable in her heart, but I still feel that it is a bit impolite for me to sit down like this. Yi Hua wanted to foster Qing Ye's rebellious thoughts. Just like right now, while others are respectfully standing and waiting, we have to sit down, and we even have to assume the sitting posture of a big shot. Yi Hua, it's all right. Sit down. Yi Hua, Qing Ye's tone carried a hint of pleading. Yi Hua didn't care about all that. Hugging onto Qing Ye's waist that caused others to be envious of him, Yi Hua directly sat on the sofa, and while he was at it, he even displayed a wave of public display of affection. Qing Ye's face was a bit red. This fellow is intentionally making things difficult for me. Does he think that hugging onto a beauty like me will give him a great sense of accomplishment? Waiter! Yi Hua shouted out. A beauty who was wearing a cheongsam at the side ran over and asked, Mister, what do you need? Give me a cup of iced Sprite and a cup of plain water. Yi Hua said indifferently. Qing Ye wrinkled her brows. I want to drink iced cola. You're pregnant and you still want to drink iced cola, do you want me to beat you up? Yi Hua said unhappily. These few days, I have been thinking about the things that pregnant women should pay attention to. This woman is just stupid. Qing Ye snorted coldly and turned her head away from Yi Hua. Not long later, the beauty who was wearing a cheongsam leisurely walked over. Mister, your iced Sprite. Madam, your plain water. Yi Hua drank a small mouthful. The cool feeling is indeed not bad. Qing Ye threw a small tantrum, not drinking and not caring about it. Yi Hua let her be. However, most of the people in the hall were looking over here. Some were rejoicing in Qing Ye's misfortune, and some were shaking their heads, seemingly disapproving of their way of doing things. In the end, Qing Ye's trump card was still not strong enough. Facing the Dragon God Corporation, she was still a newborn baby. At most, she could only be counted as an infant that could crawl. Qing Ye also knew how important business partners were. Right now, being pulled by Yi Hua like this, it was as if he was drawing a line between them. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have brought this fellow here, suddenly. At the entrance of the clubhouse, waves of greetings could be heard. Yi Hua took out a cigarette, lit it up, and looked towards the entrance. Is your acting cool after smoking syndrome about to flare up? Qing Ye immediately grabbed onto the opportunity, but she did not stop Yi Hua from smoking. This fellow seems to be having a hard time holding back his cigarette, so I will just let him smoke one cigarette. Who is that person? Yi Hua asked curiously. Chapter 62. That is a person from Zijin City's Tang family, his name is Tang Wushuang. I heard that he was frivolous in the past and was sent to join the army. During that time, a huge change happened to Tang family, his parents were killed, and he disappeared for 5 years to join the army. When he came back, he rose to power and took back Tang Group from his uncle's hands. His relationship with Xiao Yi is very good. Qing Ye explained. In actuality, she was rather curious about the big families in Zijin City. After hearing what Qingye said, Yihua didn't think much of it and continued to ask, who are the two women beside him? Quan Anrong, Mu Jia, I heard that they are both his women. Qingye said in disdain. For a man like this to have two girlfriends, I only have one. Luckily, I have the advantage in quality. Qingye, you should be glad. Yihua said faintly. TSK, if you have the ability then go and find them. Other than me who was foolishly tricked by you, who else would be able to endure your temper? Qingye rolled her eyes at Yihua. In this world, other than me who can slightly endure his shortcomings, other women would probably collapse. Yihua hugged onto her slender waist tightly and asked faintly, was I lying to you? Don't forget that you delivered yourself to me. If it was possible, I definitely wouldn't step into your bar. Qingye said coldly. This fellow is bringing up the past again, bastard. After hearing that, Yihua's heart sunk as he asked, do you really think so? Qingye turned her head away and didn't say anything. Yihua also let go of Qingye's slender waist and leaned on the side while drinking Sprite. I am not even angry, what are you getting angry for? Qingye, who was flustered and exasperated, opened the star-cleansing fan in her hands, and the gentle sound of the fan immediately echoed in the hall. Tang Wushuang, who was currently greeting other people, turned his head around and took a look. He saw a man and a woman sitting on the sofa, and that woman, beautiful. Really beautiful. The feather fan in her hands was even more beautiful. If I didn't guess wrongly, that fan is not an ordinary item. Just from the sound of the fan, I can tell who this woman is. Why haven't I heard of her before? Anrong, who is she? Tang Wushuang asked with a smile. Quan Anrong's business talent was not bad, and she was even a school belle. She had been following Tang Wushuang since he went missing, and right now, she was Tang Wushuang's left and right arm. Qingcheng International's Qingye. Quan Anrong's gaze actually revealed a trace of envy. Why is this Qingye so beautiful? Tang Wushuang went into a daze. Qing clan. That's right, Mu Jia said with a smile. Damn, there is actually such a beauty in Qing family, and I have actually never heard of her before. I am truly ashamed to face the heavens. Who is that man? Tang Wushuang looked towards Yihua and asked. Quan Anrong shook his head. I don't know. I heard that she has a fiancé. It might be him. What a pity, both of them are women who already have fiancés. Tang Wushuang felt very heartache. Mu Jia pinched Tang Wushuang petulantly and pouted coquettishly, you already have more than 10 harems, and you still want to add more. Exactly. My two lovely wives, you are being too serious with your words. How would I dare to do that? I am merely joking around. Tang Wushuang hurriedly coaxed his lovely wives. The harem mustn't be in a mess. If the harem is in a mess, I won't be able to make a fuss at night. Before Yihua and Qingye could even say anything, they were just like two mischievous children. At this moment, the lights dimmed. Two rays of white light shone onto the staircase, and Xiao Yi and Nangong Sini could be seen appearing at both ends of the staircase. Nangong Sini was just like a princess, with a white crown on her head and a fitting white dress that was embedded with small diamonds. The dress was almost the same as the black dress that Qingye was wearing just now. As for Xiao Yi, he was just like the prince of the night. The two walked down the staircase, then met up with each other and faced the guests while holding hands. Brother Xiao is still so romantic. Tang Wushuang sighed. I have never seen you like this before. Quan Anrong pinched Tang Wushuang, causing Tang Wushuang to feel very helpless. In actuality, Qingye was also very envious of Yihua. I don't need a grand occasion, but it would be great if Yihua could dote on his wife half as much as Xiao Yi did. If Yihua knew what Qingye was thinking, he would definitely say, this is nothing, if you want, I can give you a grand occasion. And Qingye would definitely think that Yihua was bragging. Everyone, welcome to my banquet. Your arrival brings light to my humble abode. Mu Jie laughed lightly. Brother Xiao is still so mischievous. Tang Wushuang touched onto his wife's waist and said teasingly, then, why did you choose me back then? Mu Jie glared at her husband. Didn't I get cooked by you in the end? Haha. Nangong Sini said, everyone, you have waited for a long time. Everyone, let's enter the banquet. If it was possible, Yihua wanted to leave right now. This place is simply too boring, not interesting at all. Yihua. Qingye pulled onto Yihua, who was sitting unmoving, seemingly trying to curry favor with him. Yihua snorted coldly. Didn't you not want to see me? Let's just go in and take a walk, then go home. Qingye begged, as if that place was a tiger's den, and as long as I go in, I will be devoured. Yihua said faintly, didn't you regret entering that house? Qingye was startled. I didn't expect that Yihua would be angry because of this. I didn't say that on purpose. Didn't I say that because I was angered by you? Alright, my lord, I don't regret it. Qingye dragged Yihua up and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yihua extinguished the cigarette and walked into this tiger's den together with Qingye. However, to Yihua, this was just like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Other than Tang Wushuang, the rest of the people were basically all merchants from Long and City. They naturally hoped to hug onto Xiao Yi's thigh. Dragon God Corporation was a huge business machine. As long as they cooperated with Xiao Yi, they would be able to make huge profits with a small capital. These people came relatively early, and they had the suspicion of hugging onto Xiao Yi's thigh and currying favor with him. In actuality, Qingye also had the same thoughts. If not, she wouldn't have come so early and kept Yihua in the dark. If Yihua were to know that she came early just to wait for other people, he would definitely explode in anger. As a supreme overlord, I actually have to wait for other people. Luckily, Yihua didn't discover this point. If not, he would definitely teach this insensible woman a lesson. Rank 1 Clubhouse's number 1 room was the most luxurious banquet venue, and it was even decorated with nouveau riche gold, giving off a sense of grandeur. Yihua didn't really like it. Black color is still better, as it is filled with oppression and fear. Qingye held onto Yihua's arm with her left hand and held onto Star Cleansing Fan with her right hand as she stood at the side and observed. Next time, don't let me come to such a boring banquet. Yihua said gravely. I am still not suitable to attend a human's banquet. I am only suitable to kill at a human's banquet. Qingye said faintly, but other than calling you, I don't have any other choice. This woman is really annoying. When she goes crazy, she is like a wild cat, and the moment she wakes up in the morning, she is extremely docile. Whatever you want to do, hurry up and go back earlier. Yihua urged. Are you going back to play games? That is a very serious game. I forbid. Yihua laughed lightly. It is not up to you to decide. Chapter 63. It's all Yutong's fault. She didn't want to be a movie queen and wanted to be a game streamer. She even ran over to harm her own husband. Looking at the current situation, she is completely addicted to it. These two people are really giving me a headache. Boss, Lady Boss. Today, Lord Jiu had been looking forward to the stars and the moon, hoping that he wouldn't see the couple. In the end, he saw them the moment he dared to walk in. Should he go and greet them, or should he pretend that he didn't see them? He really couldn't make a decision. However, when he thought of Lord Jiu's advice before he died, he still chose to go and greet them. He still remembered those words. Old 9, you can provoke anyone, but don't provoke the owner of that bar. Remember this. Remember that. The advice kept replaying in his mind. Lord Jiu sighed. In the end, he still believed in his big brother. He couldn't pretend that he didn't see his big brother. Instead, he had to hug him tightly and not let go. It's you. Yihua said faintly. Although Qingye did not know the relationship between the two of them, she still felt that her husband was very rude when he was behaving like this. Unable to help herself, Qingye pinched onto Yi Hua and said with a gentle smile, "Hello. I haven't read many books, so I really can't find any words to describe the lady boss's beauty. She's even more beautiful than the day we met." Lord Jiu was extremely astonished. This time, he finally understood that the women he had found were really just ordinary rouge and powder. Compared to this person, they were all wrong. There was no way to compare. Towards other people's praise, Qingye smiled sweetly. However, this smile of hers caused Jiu Yi to be dumbfounded. "What are you looking at?" Yi Hua shouted out lightly, expressing that he was in a bad mood. To actually reveal a look of infatuation in front of him. "Ye Hua!" Qingye shouted out. "I'm just taking a look at your wife, it's not like I'm going to do anything, what are you getting angry for?" However, towards Yi Hua's stinginess, Qingye still had a taste in her heart. This means that Yi Hua still cares about her. Could it be that this fellow is the legendary person who has a sharp mouth but a soft heart? Yi Hua indeed had a sharp mouth, but his heart was even sharper. It was just that he didn't show it right now, that's all. After all, he was currently cultivating his human nature. Lord Jiu smiled a little awkwardly. The main reason was that the lady boss was too beautiful. There wasn't another person like her in the entire venue. Lord Jiu. At this time, Tang Wushuang brought along his two lovely wives and walked over, and with a smile on his face, he greeted them. "Young Master Tang, long time no see." Jiu Yi cupped his hands and replied, his performance was neither servile nor overbearing. This caused Qingye to be a bit confused. Just who is this Jiu Yi? Even Zijin City's Tang family's patriarch has to call him Jiu Yi, and yet, he is trembling with fear in front of Yi Hua. Last time, it was the Shao family, and this time, it was the Tang family. This Lord Jiu was really a mystery. To be honest, Yi Hua also didn't know about Jiu Ye's background. He only remembered that back then, when he met with that fifth lord, he asked that fifth lord to help him get his identity. However, these were all small matters. No matter how deep their background was, in Yi Hua's eyes, all of them were just some small fries. Even if they managed to turn over a new leaf, they would still be a salted fish that advanced in rank. Even if it was his own woman, Yi Hua would be able to easily exterminate them. Lord Jiu is still as graceful as ever. Fortunately, I had Lord Jiu's help back then. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for me to overcome the crisis. Young Master Tang is too polite. It's just a small matter, it's not worth mentioning. Lord Jiu's performance was very modest. Although Tang Wushuang was in dire straits back then, the current Tang Wushuang had risen up. Although other people were courteous to him, you shouldn't take this courteousness for granted. Lord Jiu was very smart. "Lord Jiu, how many laps do you want to play tonight?" Tang Wushuang gave out an invitation, causing the surrounding people to be extremely envious. Lord Jiu is indeed Lord Jiu, to be able to make Tang Wushuang be so courteous to him. Of course, Lord Jiu would not reject, it would be my honor. At this moment, Tang Wushuang looked towards Qingye and revealed out a smile that he thought was very handsome. CEO Qing, together? Qingye naturally wouldn't give up such a good opportunity, but before she could even say anything, Yi Hua said faintly, "She isn't free." Qingye tightened her grip on Yi Hua's arm. "Don't not give me face like this." "This is?" Tang Wushuang asked curiously. In actuality, he had already neglected Yi Hua's existence from the very start, and when he asked right now, it seemed like he had only just discovered Yi Hua. Qingye originally still felt that this Tang Wushuang was refined and courteous, but when he said this sentence, Qingye's impression of him changed. "My man doesn't need other people to point at him. He is my husband," Qingye said coldly, not giving Tang Wushuang any face. Lord Jiu, who was at the side, was also having a headache. As long as they make things awkward, they would be forcing me to pick a side. On one side, it is the two big families of Zijin City, and on the other side, it is the last-minute reminder of my big brother. It is really hard to judge. Tang Wushuang's two wives also gradually kept away their smiles. These two people really don't know what's good for them. Inviting you is giving you face. The atmosphere was very tense, and it seemed like a fight would break out at any moment. Qingye held onto Yihua's arm. To bully my husband, you have to first ask me if I allow you to or not. Yihua laughed. This silly woman, why is there a need to be so nervous? You can play however you want, even if it is just giving me a big slap in the face, it is fine. It must be said that Yihua's current human nature was pretty good. If it was in the past, this lowly human in front of him would have long become a corpse. Simple and crude. However, after these few years of learning, he discovered that simple and crude was too direct, and it lacked a lot of interesting things. Abusing someone requires a process, and the process is the most important. In actuality, Yihua no longer had any feelings towards fighting and killing. He paid more attention to the process in the middle, pursuing a kind of artistic feeling. There are 100 ways to kill this man in front of him, but he didn't have any feelings towards it. It was just like stepping on an ant to death, it wasn't able to stir up any ripples in his heart. So you two are here, you have been searching for a long time. Nangong Sini and Xiao Yi walked over slowly. Tang Wushuang revealed out a smile, sister-in-law is becoming more and more beautiful. Not at all, Wushuang's two wives are the ones who are peerlessly beautiful. Nangong Sini laughed tenderly. Quan Anrong and Mu Jia were a little embarrassed, and Mu Jia said shyly, sister-in-law is the one who is peerlessly beautiful, we don't dare to accept it. That's right, sister-in-law looks just like a princess when she is wearing this gown, big brother Xiao sure is fortunate. Quan Anrong praised. Not knowing why, Zhou Yi really wanted to laugh. It was very hard for him to hold back his laughter. Everyone here with discerning eyes knew who was the most beautiful, but these three women kept on praising and just wanted to ignore the lady boss. However, they didn't know that no matter how much an ugly duckling brags, it was still an ugly duckling. The problem was, you shouldn't brag in front of a white swan, do you know that you are very stupid? In terms of dressing up, Qingye was indeed a notch lower than the three women, but this was done intentionally by Qingye. However, it didn't mean that Qingye wasn't good-looking right now. On the contrary, Qingye was more beautiful than any other woman. The three madams are indeed peerlessly beautiful. Qingye said with a light smile. Immediately, she became incomparably beautiful. This is the smile of confidence, and although the three of them are beautiful, they lack confidence right now. Who asked me to make them lack confidence, to the point that they even have to rely on boasting to boost my morale? Yihua laughed lightly. This wife of mine, her mouth is formidable, she is truly mischievous. Even Zhou Yi couldn't help but laugh, and the foam sprayed onto Quan Anrong's gown. Chapter 64. Looks were also a form of self-confidence. When another beautiful woman appeared, he would instinctively want to compare himself with her. Xiao Yi and Tang Wushuang wrinkled their brows. However, their identities were telling them that they mustn't get angry. They were no longer the little kids that they used to be, who would start a fight whenever they didn't agree with each other. Adults had their own way of fighting, and if it really didn't work out, they would use force. However, they were completely unaware that no matter what method they used, they were unable to shake Yihua in the slightest. Everything that they did was futile, and Yihua just treated it as a bit of fun during the holidays. The thing that was truly giving Yihua a headache was the woman that was beside him, wanting to teach her a good lesson was truly not an easy thing to do. Xiao Yi faintly asked, Lord Zhou, what joke do you have in mind? Why don't you tell us and let everyone laugh? Lord Zhou's heart sank. Was he going to tell them a joke about an ugly duckling and a white swan? Actually, it's nothing much. My wife has been clamoring to buy a diamond ring. There are already more than 10 diamond rings at home, so I used the glass shards of a wine bottle to make one. In the end, she accepted it with a smile. I decided to do it this way in the future. That woman is too wasteful. Lord Zhou's ability to fabricate stories was really awesome. A smile finally appeared on Tang Wushuang's face. Seems like I can also imitate you. I have to buy more than 10 pills at once, I can't afford it. It's all because you're a playboy. Mu Jie pouted. In actuality, what really made Yi Hua angry was the problem of quantity. He actually lost to the humans in terms of quantity. Although I'm a bit of a playboy, I'm sincere to you. Just like the diamond rings in your hands, they're not glass shards. They're 10-carat pink diamonds. And Jia, the blue diamond in your hand is 11-carat. They're worth more than 20 million in total, and it's in US dollars. The two women were also stunned. Of course, they wouldn't look for a price for a gift from their husband, but they were very touched today. $20 million was really thoughtful. Xiao Yi, what about mine? Nangong Sini delicately asked. In terms of size, the one on Nangong Sini's finger was much bigger. Xiao Yi said casually, your diamond is 24.78 carats. It's a graph pink diamond, unique in the world. It costs $46 million. I bought it for you because I thought it looked good. Lord Zhou blushed with shame. This was really a group of prodigal sons. Even if they wanted to please a woman, they didn't have to do this. Sini, your husband dotes on you. He doesn't want my Wushuang to be so petty. That's right. Tang Wushuang shook his head helplessly. Women's competitive nature has never changed at all. Why don't you go and compare with other women? If there is one who is better than you, I will live stream myself slicing the chicken. Qingye was a bit sad. Look at other people's husbands, they are willing to give so much, then look at my husband, does he have 5 kara? I reckon that he doesn't have 5 kara. CEO Qing, what kind of ring are you wearing, can you let us take a look? Quan Anrong asked aloud. It was obvious that this woman wanted to hide her hand just now. She must be embarrassed. Qingye sorted out her state of mind and said with a slight smile, this is the engagement ring that my husband gave me. Wow, red diamond. Green diamond. That's not right. Purple diamond, right? Yellow diamond. The few people who were observing the diamond looked incredulous. What kind of diamond was this? The colors were different from different angles. Also, the craftsmanship of the ring was so heaven-defying. The metal that was like a dragon's claw was tightly embedded with diamonds. It was very imposing. This stone is pretty good. Xiao Yi whispered. This was the first time he had seen something like this. Diamonds didn't look like this. At most, they were just strange stones. Tang Wushuang also followed and said, CEO Qing, where did you buy this stone? I will also go and buy a few to play with. This was a typical case of saying that the grapes were sour when they couldn't eat them. The three women couldn't help but stretch out their hands and compare them. Other than the fact that their rings were big and expensive, they were completely not on the same level. But luckily, they were big and expensive. If not, other than the appearance, even their rings would be inferior. Just when the three women were feeling gratified, an inconceivable scene happened. Crack. The sound was very clear and melodious, just like the sound of glass cracking. The three women looked towards their own big diamond rings, and cracks appeared on all three of their rings at the same time. Even Xiao Yi and Tang Wushuang were stupefied by this scene. What is going on? How can a diamond crack on its own? The light of the stars actually dares to compete with the brilliance of the sun and the moon. The infinity stone also has its own temper. Although it is sealed, but to use this kind of broken thing to compare with me is simply a disgrace. Xiao Yi and Tang Wushuang's expression became grave. Immediately, they sensed the undulations in the surroundings, but they didn't sense anything. Why did it crack? If it was only a crack that appeared, then it would be very simple. The crack gradually expanded. The clear and melodious sound rang out once again, the diamonds on the three rings turned into slag and fell onto the floor. On the other hand, the ring on Qingye's hand was perfectly fine. Under the illumination of the lights, the ring was emitting a dazzling radiance, seemingly like it was giving a warning to the world, don't use this kind of trash to lower your own status. In actuality, Qingya was the same as the other three women, they were all stupefied. Their rings had shattered, but mine didn't. Instead, they were like a troublemaker, flaunting their achievements. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Xiao Yi and Tang Wushuang didn't know what to say. Just a moment ago, they were just talking about how many carats the ring was and how much money they bought it for, and in a blink of an eye, their rings shattered. Isn't this the same as slapping their own faces? Meanwhile, the three women also felt very angry, but they didn't know where to vent their anger. I obviously wanted to mock this woman's ring, but I didn't expect that my own ring would shatter into slag. Little Jiu, did the glass slag ring that you gave me break into pieces? Yi Hua asked indifferently. The stupefied Jiu Yi didn't think too much and immediately replied, of course not. Just that, after he finished speaking, he immediately cursed inwardly. Isn't this saying that our rings are even inferior to glass slag? The pit that the boss dug is so deep, the main point is that I even jumped into it. I have to suffer in silence, but I won't be able to explain myself. Qingya felt very great, and she couldn't help but open up her star-cleansing fan and slightly fanned it. Immediately, she felt relaxed and happy. In other people's eyes, this kind of expression of hers was just like an arrogant swan that easily won against an ugly duckling. However, regarding the matter that happened just now, in actuality, I still have to apologize to Yi Hua. I shouldn't have had that kind of thoughts, I shouldn't have blamed Yi Hua for not buying a good ring for me. In order to express my apology, I will allow him to go and play games tonight, but he cannot go past 10 p.m. Young Master Xiao, young Master Tang, in the future, you have to pay attention, don't buy fake goods. Money is a small matter, but don't hurt the madam's hearts. Qingya fanned herself and consoled. Originally, they were clearly here to hug onto Yi Hua's thigh, but in the end, because of Yi Hua's words, they became here to act cool. Tang Wushuang was still smart, and he immediately said angrily, this damned swindler, don't be angry, tomorrow, your husband will help you two settle the score. Xiao Yi patted onto his wife's shoulder. Although he didn't say anything, his gaze was flickering with coldness, seemingly prepared to find trouble with the profiteer. To actually make me and my wife lose face like this is intolerable. Chapter 65. Could it be this man? However, he couldn't sense any aura fluctuations from his body. Just who was it? Yi Hua had to properly praise Qingya. Qingya's words not only gave them a way out of this embarrassing situation, but at the same time, it was also a hidden mockery. Meanwhile, they didn't have any other choice, unless they shed all pretense of cordiality with Qingya. If they really shed all pretense of cordiality with Qingya, then it would be Yi Hua's turn to step onto the stage. However, dealing with this kind of human would simply be dirtying Yi Hua's hands. As his wife, her intelligence was considered a pass. Of course, she was also beautiful and had the aura of a wild cat. She actually dared to push him. She was quite bold. Her only flaw was that she wasn't obedient enough. If she was obedient, she would be the most powerful woman in the entire universe. Aya, what a big scene. Young Master Xiao, young Master Tang, why didn't you invite me to a gathering when you came to the south? A young man wearing a casual suit and sunglasses walked in with an extremely arrogant expression. Behind him were a woman and two men, and from their clothes, they should be bodyguards. It was just that the woman looked very good, and was on the same level as Nangong Sini, but she was only a bodyguard. Aya, CEO Qing is here too. You guys aren't good enough. What you guys are doing is really heartbreaking. Wang Debao took off his sunglasses and revealed a surprised expression on his face. Why does the Qingya today seem to have changed? She has changed to the point that my heart is beating a lot faster. Nangong Sini took a deep breath. So it's young Master Wang. Sorry for not going out to greet you. Cindy, you're too mean. After all, we used to be classmates. Wang Debao said carelessly, looking like a nouveau riche. Xiao Yi's face darkened. This man dared to take liberties with his woman, he really didn't want to live anymore. Mr. Xiao, you're so lucky. Back then, I chased after Cindy for a long time. Sigh, Wang Debao spread his hands. It was obvious that he was here to cause trouble. Yi Hua was a bit interested in this young Master Wang, and he asked towards Qingye who was beside him, who is this person? Qingye laughed bitterly, his name is Wang Debao, Gaohai City's famous prodigal. However, it just so happens that other people are able to earn money by squandering. Just like buying a piece of land that is not worth much today, the price of the land would increase in a few days. In any case, whatever he buys, he would be able to earn money. Oh, interesting. Yi Hua said faintly. Yi Hua, let's go back. Let's not get involved in their matters. Qingye didn't really want to get involved in that circle. After all, that circle was too complicated, and the water was too deep. Right now, Yi Hua changed his mind, let's continue playing. Didn't you say you wanted to go home and play games? Right now, Qingye wished that she could drag Yi Hua away, just that, Yi Hua wasn't willing to do so. These three people can be considered to be well-known figures within the human race, and I wonder if there are any people that are of a higher level than them. Perhaps, they might be able to cause a ripple in my heart, but if I want to make a move, I am still not qualified to do so. Yi Hua lightly stroked onto Qingye's willowy waist, didn't you want to cooperate with us? Didn't you want to earn money? It's too early for you to go back now. This scoundrel actually touched his waist in front of so many people. Furthermore, he was talking about cooperation now. It would be good if others didn't find trouble with him just now. It's all your fault, Qingye immediately pushed the blame onto Yi Hua. Last time, I was also affected by Yi Hua, and this time, it's the same as well. If this goes on, I will offend everyone, and if that goes on, I will not be far from going bankrupt. Xiao Yi could be heard saying faintly, everyone, let's go into the side hall to chat, it's too noisy here. Young Master Xiao, you can't be thinking of killing me in the side hall, right? I have to be prepared to call the police at any time. Wang Debao said with a scared look on his face. Nangong Sini laughed lightly, young Master Wang must be joking. Tang Wushuang said faintly, isn't killing you just a matter of minutes? You dare. The female bodyguard behind Wang Debao shouted out lightly, and the feet that she stepped out directly shattered the granite floor, giving Qingye a fright. Yi Hua lightly hugged onto his wife, their relationship doesn't seem to be that good. Leaning onto her husband's side, Qingye felt that she was surrounded by safety. She said tenderly, there are a lot of big families in Zijin City, and Xiao family and Tang family are just two of them. They also have their own competitors. For example, this Wang Debao, although his main base is at High Ocean City, his wife is from Zijin Cities by family, and by family just happens to be the archenemy of Xiao family and Tang family. If that's the case, then what about you? Yi Hua asked curiously. Thanks to you, after today, I won't even have the qualification to be at the bottom anymore. Qingye rolled her eyes at her husband. This fellow who is messing around. In actuality, Yi Hua basically didn't say anything, Qingye was the one who said everything. From this point, it could be seen that Qingye had indeed received Yi Hua's impression. Most probably, in the future, Qingye would still be the same, she wouldn't put anyone in her eyes anymore. Do you want to step on their heads? Yi Hua asked. Qingye's heart sunk as she said hurriedly, Yi Hua, don't mess around, right now, I just want to live peacefully. In the past, Qingye really wanted to stand at the peak and look at the scenery, but ever since she became pregnant with a child, she felt that her frame of mind had changed. Everything became insignificant, and only the child in her stomach was the most important. Looking at Qingye who was caressing her stomach, Yi Hua seemed to have understood something. What a foolish woman. the few of them walked into the side hall. In actuality, the side hall was more like a big living room, and it was a place for customers to discuss business or boast. As long as they lit up a cigarette, the whole world would be their own. What I am going to say next, I hope that you all keep it a secret, if not, you all will have to bear the consequences. Xiao Yi said calmly. In actuality, what he said was for Yi Hua, Qingye, and Jiu Yi to hear, because they were all ordinary people. Wang Debao laughed in disdain, still keeping it a secret. Do you think that Jiu Yi doesn't know about it? There's also big sister Qingye, and of course, there's also this handsome guy. Xiao Yi laughed coldly. Wang Debao, coming to the south this time was not my original intention. You northerners should just obediently stay in the north. Whatever happens in the south, it is not your turn to get involved. Wang Debao kept away his frivolous smile and said gravely. Everyone who was seated at the table were all smart people, and they all understood that with the other party's strength, it was impossible for them to fight, so they might as well think of a way to make the other party look bad. Tang Wushuang laughed coldly. This is an order from the higher-ups. Long An city is restless, and a lot of metahumans have appeared. Wang Debao said disapprovingly, so what? Aren't you all the same? After pausing for a bit, Wang Debao continued, it's not like you all don't know that our world is located at the point where the spatial chaos occurred. Xiao Yi, back then, you died, so how did you come back to life? I don't think I need to explain it to you, right? And you, Tang Wushuang, back then, you went to serve in the army, and after serving for 2 years, you disappeared for 3 years. Where did you go for those 3 years? Xiao Yi and Tang Wushuang appeared to be very calm. For this kind of matter, as long as they go and investigate it, they would definitely be able to find out the truth. However, this was all just a kind of assumption, an assumption without any proof. This was the first time that Yi Hua had heard of this kind of theory. This place is actually the point where the spatial chaos occurred. If this theory is correct, it would be able to explain why I am here. Chapter 66. Ha! Boss Quan is really a heroine. Wang Debao suddenly laughed, but a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yi Hua was thinking in his heart. Hurry up and start fighting, then I will be able to defend myself. Defending myself shouldn't be considered as dirtying my hands, right? The atmosphere of the scene had solidified to the extreme, and the 3 bodyguards behind Wang Debao were already getting restless. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi and Tang Wushuang were protecting the women behind them, while Yi Hua and the others who were watching the show stood at the side. If Qing Yutong was here, she would definitely buy a spicy gluten and sit on a small stool to watch the show. Lord Jiu swallowed his saliva. When immortals fight, the ones who suffer are the mortals. I heard that a cultivation world has appeared recently. Is that true? As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere seemed to relax. The cultivation world has always existed. It's just that ordinary people don't know about it, said Xiao Yi lightly. Lord Jiu pretended to be surprised. There really are cultivators. Lord Jiu, nothing is too strange in this world. Maybe this handsome guy is the most powerful boss, Wang Debao said. Yi Hua revealed out a slight smile. You really guessed correctly. Hearing this, Qingye felt a bit muddle-headed. She felt as if she had entered into another world. What special ability, what cultivation, all of them had come out. Is there indeed nothing wrong with their brains? Xiao Yi said coldly, young Master Wang, you better control the southern cultivators, or don't blame me for being merciless. Same here, Wang Debao said disdainfully. Listening to the 2 of them speaking ruthlessly to each other, Yi Hua once again thought of the past. It seems like what humans like the most is to speak ruthlessly. Just like right now, instead of saying ruthlessly to each other, I might as well fight to my heart's content. Picking up the TV remote control, Yi Hua turned on the TV. Qingye thought to herself, not good, Yi Hua's childish heart is back again. It was a misunderstanding. Yi Hua was just bored. Although they didn't say much, they had still given Yihua a lot of information, and the words that they said could be considered as the ending. The few of them who were exchanging harsh words with each other suddenly felt a little confused, because the sound of the television suddenly sounded. Yihua, they are quarreling, can you give them some face and let them finish quarreling? Qingye said in a low voice. Too boring. Yihua said faintly. Just at this time, the channel stopped at CCTV 5, and coincidentally, Qingye grabbed the remote control and was preparing to turn off the TV. CEO Qing, wait. Wang Debao shouted out. Qingye was a bit puzzled. The TV was showing the World Cup match between Portugal and Spain. The first half was almost over, and Portugal was leading Spain by 2-1. Young Master Xiao, are you interested in playing? Wang Debao smiled as he pointed at the competition. Xiao Yi's expression wasn't very good. This bastard earned whatever he bought. Wasn't betting with him a losing proposition? But if he didn't bet with him, wouldn't he be a laughing stock? Seeing Xiao Yi's ugly expression, Wang Debao's smile widened. Young Master Xiao, let's bet 100 million on Spain. Spain was now lagging behind, and their opponent, Portugal, was strong. Moreover, they had Ronaldo. It would be difficult for Spain to win. Xiao Yi didn't believe that you could win. You can afford to lose 100 million. Fine. Then I'll bet on Portugal. The two of them placed their bets, just that at this time, an indifferent and ordinary voice rang out, so boring. Everyone looked towards Yihua, and Wang Debao said with a smile, handsome brother, you can join in as well. Yihua wasn't very interested in betting, but other people had already said that as a supreme overlord, if I were to cower, I would lose a lot of face. The stakes are too small. Yihua said indifferently. Wang Debao liked this kind of person, it's fine, we can add more. Tang Wushuang seemed to have already seen this man losing so much that even his butt would be gone. Don't ever go and gamble with this Wang Debao, this fellow will always win mysteriously. It's fine if it's a small amount of money, but it's better to hold back when it's a big amount of money. Let's bet on our family fortune then. Yihua felt that only by betting on our family fortune could we call it a bet. Thinking back to back then, when wasn't I betting on my family fortune or my life? Qingye almost fell down. Where did you get your family fortune from, this bastard, you didn't even discuss with me. Wang Debao and Xiao Yi were startled, and doubt appeared in their eyes. Yihua's words of betting on our family fortune shocked the two of them. What is he trying to do? Qingye, how much money do you have? Yihua asked calmly. Qingye really wanted to cry, I feel that I don't have to wait for the future to go bankrupt, I can go bankrupt tonight. Plus the company and other immovable assets. Yihua added a sentence. Qingye felt a bit dizzy, why did I end up with such a husband who likes to watch cartoons, play games, and now, he even likes to gamble. My life is completely dark right now. However, I can't let my husband lose face outside. At worst, my whole family will just have to eat dirt. In any case, my life is already dark, maybe tomorrow will be even more despairing. Qingqing International's current market value is around 50 billion. And, then let's bet 50 billion, what do the two of you think? Yihua asked faintly. Let me ask you too, do you two dare to bet or not? 50 billion, for a single match. Xiao family was indeed a big family, but 50 billion was not a small amount, if they were to lose, it would hurt their muscles and bones. And Wang Debao was also considering, this was the first time he doubted his own luck. If he were to lose, then I would have to give away half of my family fortune to someone else. Xiao, are you interested? Yihua asked. Jiu Yi shook his head even more like a rattle drum. Boss really doesn't walk the normal path, either he doesn't say anything, or once he says something, he would scare people to death. However, the lady boss is really willing to bet all of her family fortune on the boss, this couple is really a perfect match. Boss, let's forget about it, I will keep the money to buy a diamond ring for my wife. Yihua looked towards the TV. The first half had just ended, and it was still Portugal who scored an extra goal. Since you two are betting on winning and losing, then I will bet 50 billion. Jiu Yi was about to shout 66-66, and Qingye felt that her legs had already softened. If not for her supporting Yihua, she would have already fallen onto the ground. All of my hard work has been pointed out by Yihua with a single sentence. Wang Debao had never played such a big bet before. He made up his mind, all right. I will continue to bet on Spain's victory, 50 billion. Jiu Yi couldn't help but exclaim in admiration at Wang Debao's courage. Right now, Spain is falling behind, and yet, he still insists on betting on Spain's victory. Awesome. The few people's gazes were all placed onto Xiao Yi, seemingly asking him, do you dare to bet or not? If you don't dare, then go back home and play with women, don't participate in men's entertainment activities. Brother Xiao, I support you. Tang Wushuang said. I am willing to invest 25 billion. Right now, Portugal is in the lead, the chance of them winning is very big. Xiao Yi had never gambled such a big bet before, and he felt that it was a bit like child's play, but right now, he has no choice but to gamble. Face is more important than money. Alright, bet 50 billion on Portugal's victory. Xiao Yi said gravely. Chapter 67. Yihua appeared to be very indifferent. No matter if I win or lose, I have to gamble for the sake of the Supreme Overlord's face. At worst, I will just eat less crayfish in the future. How big of a deal is that? Look at how nervous they are. Humans, they are just like this. I remember that in the past, when I was killing someone, there would always be someone who doesn't have eyes that would first boast for a while to show how powerful they are. After the fight is over, they would only know how to beg for mercy. Just like them, they were bragging about how rich they were and how many diamond rings they had bought, but they only bet 50 billion. Their faces were as black as coal. He really overestimated them. Look at my woman, how calm she is. Qingye was just temporarily dumbfounded, she didn't have enough time to change her expression. Along with the start of the second half of the match, other than Yihua, everyone's heart was in the air. Although 50 billion was just a number to them, if they wanted to earn that much money, it would still take a very long period of time. To lose that much money in a single night, they would naturally be unwilling. Xiao Yi and Tang Wushuang seemed to be slightly nervous. Although they were currently in the lead, they were still worried about this matter, let alone the three women who were following behind them. How could they have this kind of mental state? The ball's in. As the commentator on the TV shouted excitedly, Xiao Yi's heart sank to the bottom. Spain scored. Wang Debao heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that his luck was still with him. He was destined to win tonight. The money was delivered to his doorstep, a full 100 billion. If he were to squander, how long would it take him to squander? Yay! Qingye shouted out excitedly. Right now, if the match is a draw, it means that my chances of winning is very high. If he won tonight, he would earn 100 billion for nothing. If he had to earn it himself, how long would it take? God bless him. No more goals. Yihua felt a bit bored and pulled the extremely excited Qingye to the small bar counter at the side and started drinking wine. Yihua, give me a cup of tea to calm myself down. Qingye was excited to the point that her hands were trembling. Yihua poured a cup of water. Pregnant women still want to drink alcohol? Drinking water will do. Right now, she was very excited and thirsty. Raising her head, she drank a glass of water. When is China's team going to compete? Yihua asked curiously. Qingye rolled her eyes at Yihua. Other than China's team that didn't go, everyone else went. How can the Chinese team be so weak with Yao Ming? Yehua, Yao Ming plays basketball. Yihua took a sip of the wine, feeling a bit awkward. Lord Jiu simply wanted to kneel down and worship this couple. They had already gambled their family's fortune, yet they were still so calm. Just how did they train their state of mind? Look at them, it was as if they were going to stare a hole through the television. The ball's in. Spain has taken the lead. Along with the commentator's excited and high-pitched voice once again ringing out from the TV, Xiao Yi and Tang Wushuang couldn't sit still anymore. Qingye was completely stupefied, while Wang Debao revealed out a smile that was as it should be. It seems that Spain is going to win. Wang Debao, who was in a good mood, held the delicate hand of the female bodyguard and played with her, while the female bodyguard blushed. Xiao Yi's face darkened. He could win money if he lost, but he couldn't get his face back if he lost, especially to this prodigal son. After tonight, it would definitely spread throughout the industry. Yi Hua, in the future, we are going to have to eat dirt. Qingye looked at Yi Hua pitifully and felt like crying. Yi Hua stroked onto Qingye's hair. I know that there is a type of soil that is also very delicious. You're still joking at a time like this? Qingye didn't know whether to cry or to cry. In just a single night, I went bankrupt. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. Looking at Wang Debao, who was immensely proud of himself, Xiao Yi felt very unhappy in his heart. Seems like I have to cheat. At the same time, within a villa in Long'an City, Death Mage was also watching the World Cup. However, it was only today that he found out that there was a World Cup. In the past, all he watched were replays. Opening up the app on his phone, Death Mage took a look at his bet, then took a look at the score. No. This is a good start for me, I cannot lose. If I were to be found out by my master that I gambled and lost, where am I going to put my face? Stretching out his hand and stroking onto his chin, Death Mage immediately snapped his fingers. On the TV, the Spain player could be seen immediately committing a foul, then having a stupefied look on his face, and the Portugal player was able to get a free kick at an extremely good position. Death Mage was very satisfied. I swear. I will only cheat once, I won't cheat next time. Looking at Ronaldo's firm gaze that was filled with killing intent on the TV, Death Mage snapped his fingers once again, and the ball could be seen drawing an arc in the air and steadily shooting into the goal. Immediately, Death Mage picked up the beer bottle, raised his head and gulped down a mouthful of beer, then let out a strange sound from his mouth. Oh, hi, it seemed that his 200 yuan was safe. He would not gamble next time, or else he would cheat again. In the clubhouse, Wang Debao was dumbfounded as he looked at the running Ronaldo. Don't you know? You kicked yourself out of 50 billion. 50 billion. Xiao Yi heaved a sigh of relief. This emperor actually fell to cheating, how ironic. On the other hand, Qingye was even more excited to the point of shrieking. She held onto Yi Hua's face and gave him a kiss. Look at you, it's just scoring a goal. Yi Hua wrinkled his brows and said. How improper. Qingye didn't care about that much. That kick of Ronaldo's had earned me 100 billion, this is simply a golden thigh. However, because of that kick of Ronaldo's, a lot of people were currently queuing up at the rooftop. Xiao Yi looked at the time. One more goal would be enough. Right now, the situation was leaning towards Yi Hua, and Yi Hua had the highest chance of winning. Qingye was nervous to the point that she tightly held onto Yi Hua's big hand. I have never felt such excitement in my entire life, I feel so good. Wang Debao became silent as he looked towards Xiao Yi. Could it be that this fellow is playing dirty tricks? Tang Wushuang revealed out a faint smile. I didn't expect that brother Xiao would cheat too. Along with the 90th minute, the referee added 3 minutes into the match. These 3 minutes were also the most difficult 3 minutes for Qingye. She felt that she had almost lived through a century. Xiao Yi tightly wrinkled his brows. Why is there a problem with my control? It seems like there is another power that is pulling me. Why is it like this? Just who is the one causing trouble? That damned bastard. For the sake of 200 renminbi, Death Mage was also fighting against Xiao Yi. Of course, there was also Wang Debao's luck. Yi Hua looked at the clock. It's almost 10 p.m, I still have to go back and play with my sister-in-law later on, let's quickly end this match. Along with the referee blowing the whistle, the score was fixed at 3-3, it was a draw. Other than Yihua, who had an indifferent expression, everyone else was dumbfounded. Qingye shook Yihua's hand and pointed towards the television, but she was already so excited that she couldn't speak. After a long while, CEO Xiao, CEO Tang, CEO Wang, seems like my man's luck is rather good. Thank you for letting me win, thank you for letting me win. At this time, it was Qingye's turn to step onto the stage, and she was extremely pleased with herself. Yihua is truly a good person. Meanwhile, everyone's face was black, and they were completely speechless. Yihua held on to Qingye's delicate hand. Let's go, I still want to go back home and play games. And, play games. Play games. This man actually wanted to go back home and play games. Did he even care about the bet? Chapter 68. After finished speaking, Jiu Yi brought Qingye and left the conference room. Jiu Yi also smiled and left, there was nothing left to do here. Everyone in the side hall remained silent for a while. Nangong Sini was a bit regretful that she called Qingye over. If she didn't call Qingye over, such a thing wouldn't have happened. Qing family still needs Xiao family's help, I don't think they would dare to do anything. Nangong Sini said gravely, it was very obvious that she was going to renege on the debt. Tang Wushuang smiled and said, that's true, Qing family is really nothing in Zijin City. Wang Debao let out a breath, a loss is a loss, tsk, this person just left and he is already preparing to renege on the debt. I have plenty of money, I am not going to renege on the debt. Young Master Wang is rich and overbearing, if you are willing to be a hothead, we will not stop you. Quan Anrong mocked. However, Wang Debao's decision might be the wisest decision in his entire life. His luck was not too good, it indirectly eliminated a disaster for their Wang family. However, Xiao family and Tang family did not approve of it. Bye-bye everyone, when the time comes, prepare to welcome the people who will step on the debt. Wang Debao waved his hand, as long as I don't lose to them, everything is fine. However, he started to doubt his own luck. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation, it is too strange. If it was Xiao Yi who cheated, he would definitely not let me lose. Could it be that handsome guy who cheated? It shouldn't be, then who is it? Death Mage looked at the 200 RMB that was transferred into his account happily, feeling great. I won't gamble anymore next time, and I even bet such a big amount, I hate gambling the most. If they were to know that Death Mage lost tens of billions of their money for 200 RMB, they would definitely go berserk from anger. Sitting on the Audi A8, Qingye was still in a state of excitement, but after thinking about it, although I won, they probably won't give me money, who asked me to not have any backing. Let's go home, Yutong is still waiting for me to play duo. Yihua urged. Humph, if not for the sake that you won money for me, I wouldn't have allowed you to play games. Qingye pouted her sexy red lips, then started the car and went back. Qingye, how about you sell the company and peacefully stay at home and take care of the child? Yihua said faintly, Qingye, why don't you sell the company and peacefully stay at home and take care of the child? Qingye chuckled, will you support me? I can even raise 10 of you. Your ambition is not small. Do you want to learn from Tang Wushuang and flip the cards at night? This idea isn't bad. Yihua said faintly, indicating that he could consider it. How dare you? Why not? Do you believe that I will drive into the river? I don't believe you. You. It was just a daily quarrel that would be resolved in a matter of minutes. In the clubhouse, Xiao Yi and Tang Wushuang lit up their cigarettes. It had been a very long time since they had experienced the feeling of losing, and this time, it was really hard for them to get over it. Wushuang, even if we don't give them the money, the Qing family wouldn't dare to say anything. Mu Jie chuckled. In terms of strength, the Qing family was very weak. Tang Wushuang was speechless. If I don't pay up after losing, I will lose face. Of course, the three women knew that men cared about their dignity, but they were unwilling to give up. Nangong Sini smiled faintly. All right, don't be so distracted. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee that the Qing family wouldn't dare to say anything. As for Wang Debao, he has a lot of money, and he is willing to be this fool. Xiao Yi extinguished the cigarette butt and stood up. All right, since Wang Debao came here today to give us a warning, let's put this matter aside for now. Wushuang, get the people above to exert pressure on the Qing family and rope in as many people with special abilities as possible. Don't let the people in the south hog everything for themselves. No problem, there are indeed a lot of strong people in the south, but my master is able to poke them to death with a single finger. Tang Wushuang smiled with his hands behind his back, seemingly not afraid of anyone at all. Xiao Yi laughed. During those 3 years, you followed your master to train. Of course, if it wasn't for master saving me, I reckon that I would have already died. This was the first time that Quan Anrong heard her husband mentioning about master. In the past, her husband had always kept his mouth shut about master. Quan Anrong asked curiously, Wushuang, just how strong is master? Tang Wushuang hugged onto his wife's waist and said with a smile, my current level is not even 10% of master's. Master is able to defeat me with just his pinky. Wushuang, your ability to boast seems to have improved. Nangong Sini smiled faintly. It was obvious that she didn't really believe Tang Wushuang. Xiao Yi would naturally doubt Tang Wushuang as well. He had pretty much figured out Tang Wushuang's strength, but it was still impossible for him to defeat Tang Wushuang with just his pinky. Seems like I need to go into closed-door training as my strength has yet to recover to its peak. Furthermore, there were a few accidents that happened today, and danger was everywhere. Brother Xiao, I won't be accompanying you anymore, the night is still long. Tang Wushuang hugged onto his wives and revealed a look that all men understood. Xiao Yi laughed helplessly, let's go too, we will return tomorrow. Didn't you plan to stay for a few more days? Nangong Sini finally got the chance to be alone with Tang Wushuang with great difficulty, so she naturally couldn't bear to part with him. Xiao Yi said tenderly, this time, when I return, I will go into closed-door training. That way, I will be able to ensure the safety of our family. You are already so strong, yet you still want to go into closed-door training? Nangong Sini pouted her small mouth. Do you think that everything that happened today was an accident? Diamond gambling, football gambling, all of those were done by a person who is even stronger than me. Xiao Yi's gaze was heavy, this was the first time he felt a deep threat. Looking at her husband's serious face, Nangong Sini wrinkled her brows, do you need me to do anything? Little fool, you just have to hide behind my back, no matter how big the storm is, I will block it for you. Xiao Yi hugged onto his wife and kissed onto the other's forehead. Nangong Sini rubbed onto her husband's chest and said tenderly, Brother Xiao, I love you. I love you too, Sini. In the car, Qinya was humming the music that she liked, and her face was brimming with a happy smile. This was the first time that Yihua saw Qinya maintain a smile for so long. So it turns out that this woman loves money to this extent, she is truly shallow. Yihua, what do you want? Wife will give you a reward. Qinya said straightforwardly. Beauty. Go and die. It was already 11 p.m. when they returned to Leisure Bar. Yihua and Qinya walked into Leisure Bar together and saw that there was not a single person in the bar, of course, other than the waiters and the security guards. Qinya was a bit embarrassed as she lowered her head and said in a low voice, about that, don't stay out too late. After finished speaking, Qinya slipped away and went upstairs. Yihua really wanted to smack that perky butt of hers, this is truly giving me a headache. After taking a glance, Yihua's brows wrinkled even deeper. He could see that Wei Chang and Tang Wei were standing together, and the two seemed to be chatting very happily. What is this Wei Chang doing? When did he start having feelings for a woman? Letting out a breath, Yihua walked forward and directly opened the door of his sister-in-law's bedroom. Brother-in-law, you are finally back. I have been dead for an entire night. So useless. Yi Hua said lightly. Qing Yutong pouted her mouth. Aren't you the same? You were dead for an entire afternoon. Chapter 69. Brother-in-law, where do we jump? School. Yi Hua lit up a cigarette and said faintly. I don't think so. We've never left the school alive. If you want to become stronger, sneaking around won't do. Only through constant confrontation can one learn true skills. Qing Yutong seemed to be shocked, and said foolishly, Brother-in-law, your acting cool after smoking syndrome is back again. I need to take a breath of fresh air. Sit tight, jump. With a look of despair on her face, Qing Yutong pressed on the F key. There was no need to think too much. After a few minutes, she would once again return to the plane, and then the endless loop would repeat. After returning to her room, Qingye took a bath and laid on the bed. She was so excited that she couldn't even fall asleep. Will they admit to their debt or not? Probably not. It's not 500 yuan. However, to be honest, Yi Hua's luck today was really good. I thought that I would have to eat dirt after tonight. Slowly closing her beautiful eyes, she heard the sound of a bell. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Qingye tossed and turned on the big bed, but she just couldn't fall asleep. I am used to hugging onto things to sleep, and right now, without anything to hug onto, it is truly hard for me to fall asleep. I tried to hug onto a pillow, but I can't. Helplessly turning on the bedside lamp, Qingye's brows wrinkled deeply. It's already 12 o'clock, and Yi Hua still hasn't come over. After wearing the furry slippers, Qingye prepared to go and call Yi Hua. Upon opening the door, she heard the voices of the two people. Brother-in-law, get me a gun, I'll charge. Who are you aiming at with that spear technique of yours? Didn't you just say that we have to be imposing? Yi Hua couldn't help but knock onto Qing Yutong's head. The imposing manner is in place, not for you to rush in stupidly. Qing Yutong pouted her small mouth and rubbed her head pitifully. Yi Hua. Do you still want to sleep or not? Qingye couldn't help but shout out. Yi Hua seriously played the game and said slowly, I will play this round, you go and sleep first. Qingye, who was wearing a thin silk pajamas, was particularly alluring. To be able to hug onto a woman like this to sleep at night, it would simply feel great to the point of exploding. God knows how many men wish to be able to sleep with a woman like this, but there are some men who would rather have games than a beautiful woman, for example, Yi Hua. Then, after you finish this match, come and sleep. Qingye, who had no other choice, instructed. Yes. However, right after Qingye closed the door, Yi Hua and Qing Yutong were killed. Brother-in-law, Qing Yutong pouted her small mouth and looked at Yi Hua pitifully. Let's play one last round. Okay, Qingye lied on the bed and continued to listen to the clock. After an unknown amount of time, Qingye once again turned on the bedside lamp and looked at the time. It was actually already 1 o'clock. He couldn't take it anymore. While panting with rage, Yi Hua rushed into Qing Yutong's room, and the two people inside were currently fighting in full swing. Brother-in-law, we can finally be the school's little tyrants. Yi Hua let out a deep sigh. The feeling of being able to leave the school alive is really good. However, before he even walked out of the school gate, the screen turned black. It wasn't that she was killed, rather, it was that Qingye unplugged the power source. Yi Hua. Do you want a game or a wife? You better speak clearly to me today. Qingye placed her hands on her waist, and gave off the feeling of a middle-aged woman. Seeing that her big sister had flipped out, Qing Yutong planned to quietly leave the crime scene, in order to avoid getting shot. Stop right there. Qing Yutong revealed out a foolish smile. Big sister, I'm sleepy. If you two have anything to say, just go back and fight. Brother-in-law, later on, if you are beaten down by big sister, remember to call me over to help you up. After finished speaking, Qing Yutong jumped onto the bed, covered herself with the blanket, and had a look of not caring about anything. Yihua stood up and said lightly, "Go back and sleep. You still know that you need to sleep." Qing Yi said coquettishly, and couldn't help but pinch Yihua. However, to Yihua, he didn't feel this bit of pain at all. "Quickly go and take a bath, there is a smell of smoke." Yihua took a whiff of his clothes, and indeed, the smell of smoke was very strong. Yihua took off his clothes and walked into the bathroom, but he didn't hurry to take a bath. Instead, he called out, "Lai Gu, come over for a bit." 5 seconds later, Lai Gu, who was yawning, appeared in the bathroom. There is someone outside who is going to handle this. In actuality, Yihua had long sensed that there was a person in the surroundings of Leisure Bar. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine, but this person came with a purpose. "Your Honor, subordinate wants a body." Lai Gu begged while lying on the floor. Yihua asked curiously, "Isn't being a dog pretty good? Why did you suddenly want to change your taste?" Lai Gu suddenly stood up and stretched out his 2 front paws. "Your Honor, look, I don't even feel anything." Yihua, this time around, Yihua finally understood why Lai Gu wanted to be a human. It was because a woman was too beautiful, and he was unable to feel the feeling of being a human. This was a kind of sublimation, at least to Lai Gu, this was the case. "Your Honor, I want a handsome one, I want a tall one, muscular one, big one, in any case, I just want all kinds of big ones." Yihua lightly waved his hand and said lightly, "You can freely switch between a dog's body and a human's body, hide your identity well, if those women of yours were to find out, just kill them." "Your Honor, Lai Gu naturally understands." Lai Gu happily waited for his body to change, but when he looked at the junior high school student that was in front of him in the mirror, his entire person didn't feel good. "Your Honor," Lai Gu begged. "At the very least, I need to be a bit bigger. Go on, find out how many espers are in Long-An City, and also those cultivators and whatnot. With your current appearance, no one will suspect anything." Yihua said faintly. "In the past, it was still fine if I didn't come into contact with them, but now that I have come into contact with them, it is as if I know what exactly is going on. I will solemnly obey Master's command." Lai Gu said weakly, then changed back into his dog's appearance and disappeared from the bathroom. Meanwhile, Yihua also began to take a bath. "Yihua, do you need half an hour to take a bath too? Do you not want to sleep with me?" A few black lines immediately appeared on Yihua's forehead. "This woman, am I treating her too well, to actually dare to make such a big fuss about me?" On a rooftop that was beside Leisure Bar, a man who wore black clothes was currently observing the situation in Yihua's bedroom. After a few days of investigation, Caesar discovered that Qingye had come to this Leisure Bar a month ago, and during these few days, she even directly stayed in this bar. This is truly too strange. Through my investigation, even if Qingye is pregnant, there is no need for her to stay together with this strange man. Furthermore, this Leisure Bar is giving off a strange feeling. A man's sixth sense was telling him that the extermination of the organization was definitely related to that man. As for how he did it, there was really no evidence at all. Originally, I wanted to go back to my hometown, marry a wife, give birth to a child, and live a peaceful life. I didn't expect that such a thing would actually happen. Seems like this dream of mine is temporarily not going to be fulfilled. Chapter 70. Swish, 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 Caesar went into a daze. What is this sound? Turning his head to take a look, he saw a huge pit bull currently scratching its ear. When did it walk to my side? I actually didn't notice it at all. Caesar couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. Luckily it is a dog, if it was an enemy, I would definitely be injured. Go go go, go play at the side. Caesar pretended to hit the pit bull a few times, just wanting to chase this dog away. Woo woo, Lai Gu raised his head and howled. Caesar's expression changed. I am going to alert the enemy, this damned dog. I can only come back another day. At this time, Yihua walked out of the bathroom while drying his hair. The beauty on the bed was still waiting for Yihua. If I don't hug her, I won't be able to fall asleep. Where is that dog of yours? I haven't seen it for a few days. Hearing the dog barking outside, Qingye asked curiously. Yihua took off his shoes and laid on the bed. Qingye conveniently leaned over, and Yihua very naturally hugged onto Qingye's shoulder. Everything was so smooth, the two seemed to have forgotten about the promise that they made in the past. There is someone outside. Yihua said faintly and turned off the light. Qingye rolled her eyes at Yihua and said gently, "What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Let's go to the street to buy a jianbing, it is rather close." Yihua said lightly. "Are you concerned about me?" "You are thinking too much, I am concerned about the child." "Humph. I don't want to bother with you, I am going to sleep." Yihua laughed lightly and looked at the night sky outside the window. "I hope that Lai Gu will not be as mischievous as before and not make too much of a commotion." Caesar was famous in the assassin world. As long as the target was targeted by him, the target would not be able to escape. But today, his plan was actually spoiled by a dog. He simply lost his demeanor. Borrowing the darkness, Caesar jumped from one of the tall buildings in the city. "I should just go back and eat a packet of instant noodles, wash up and sleep. I will think about it again tomorrow." On the other hand, Qingye is really beautiful. If only she was still a virgin. It is a pity that she is already pregnant with someone else's child. Forget it, it is not like I have never ruthlessly destroyed a flower before. After being an assassin for 7 to 8 years, I comprehended a principle: as long as I act well, all beauties will have to support the wall to walk. Woo, 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 Caesar's body froze, and he almost tripped over his own feet. He saw that the dog had appeared at the corner of the street again. Oh my God, how did it do it? It actually ran in front of him. Moreover, its gaze revealed a deep sense of disdain. How could a dog have such an expression, and what right did it have to look down on itself? No, why should he care about a dog's thoughts? Maybe it was just because they looked alike. Sigh. What was wrong with him tonight? Why was he so restless? Turning into the alley, Caesar quickened his pace and secretly turned his head back. He saw a dog's head sticking out from afar, as if it was peeping at him. Caesar was shocked. Were dogs nowadays so intelligent? However, it was really a joke to be followed by a dog. Caesar snorted coldly, and his figure instantly disappeared on the spot. No one knew where he went. On the contrary, Lai Gu walked over unhurriedly, sniffed the scent, and immediately felt that something was amiss. Why am I sniffing? Caesar sat on the park's bench and looked around. After confirming that there was no one around, he took out a pack of low-quality cigarettes and lit it up. The flame of the lighter seemed especially strange in the dark park. After fiercely taking a puff of the cigarette, Caesar let out a sigh. I was actually scared by a dog, I really saw a ghost. Zizizi, Caesar went into a daze and numbly turned his head back to take a look, only to see that the dog had lifted up its hind legs and was currently peeing. Why did this dog catch up to me again? Just what did it change into? Could it be that it is a demonic beast? Even if it is a demonic beast, it should run when it sees me, yet it actually peed in front of me. Furthermore, the smell of the pee is too strong, even the tree has turned black. Lai Gu shook his body and let out a deep sigh. I even forgot how I peed in the past. In the past, I don't think I need to pee, right? What did bone dragons pee for? Is it bone marrow? Lai Gu stopped at a place that was 10 meters away from Caesar and sat down. Then, he stuck out his tongue, giving people a feeling of being very adorable and harmless. Looking at Lai Gu's expression, Caesar let out a sigh of relief and flicked away the cigarette. Why are you following me? Lai Gu tilted his head, looking very adorable. Right now, Caesar seriously suspected that he had met with 3 dogs that looked exactly the same. As a large-sized pit bull, it actually has an adorable face. From the looks of it, it seems like it is a crossbred breed, and the other party's breed should be a husky. Don't follow me anymore. Caesar gave out his final warning. I don't mind becoming a dog butcher. Ligu blocked Caesar's path, his two front legs were on the grass, giving off a feeling as if there was a treasure underground. In actuality, Ligu was thinking about how to fight with the appearance of a dog. From the looks of it, other than biting, all the dogs on TV bite. Could it be that I want to copy Wei Cheng, that gluttonous monster? I can give it a try. Every time I see Wei Cheng eating, he seems to be very happy. Damned dog. If you still don't move aside, don't blame me for killing you and making you into dog stew. Caesar shouted gravely. A dog is acting cool in front of me, it simply doesn't want to live anymore. Right now, Ligu was thinking about his honor. His honor keeps wanting to stew me. Unknowingly, Ligu actually grinned foolishly. However, in Caesar's eyes, Ligu was ridiculing him as an idiot. No one has ever dared to ridicule me before, let alone a dog. I am going to eat dog meat today. Although eating dog meat in summer will make me sweat, at worst, I will just take a bath. Caesar shouted gravely, and the air around his body started moving even though there was no wind. Placing his right fist on his waist, he suddenly punched out. In a split second, the leaves on the ground started moving. How is this dog stew? This is meat stew. Ligu looked at the incoming fist indifferently, then raised his front right paw and stretched out a small piece of his fingernail. Why is it a small piece of his fingernail? Because my women said that my fingernail is too sharp, and it hurts when I grab onto them. One must know that Ligu dotes on women a lot. Not only did they trim their fingernails, they even painted their fingernails with red nail polish. What a sissy dog, bang! A wave of air spread out to the surroundings, and the leaves on the ground rustled. Some of the smaller trees were even snapped off by the wave of air. Caesar's gaze became grave. Why do I feel that my fist is holding onto a small and thin thing? He raised his head to take a look. Why was this dog still in front of him? Wasn't it supposed to be punched to death by him? Wrong. It's my fist. Caesar slowly retracted his fist, and looking at the dog's fingernail that was painted with red nail polish, Caesar's expression immediately changed. Without thinking too much, he immediately distanced himself from the dog. How is this possible? This dog actually used its fingernail to block my fist. Although Ligu didn't use his full strength, it is still not something that a dog can block. Who sent you? Woo-woo, Imperial translation, idiot. If you have the guts, then say something. Woo-woo. Chapter 71. You. Why are you only whining and not barking? Caesar questioned. It seems like only a husky would whine. Actually, what kind of situation is it already, and you are still thinking about this question? Ligu poked his own head. What a foolish human, if I bark, wouldn't I become a real dog? I am a dragon. His honor's mount. Caesar didn't dare to be careless anymore. This dog's strength is extraordinary, I have to be careful when dealing with it. Slightly bending his body, Caesar pulled out the dagger from his calf and sneered, no matter what your purpose is today, it will not change the fact that you will become an object in my pot. Do you know the origin of the dagger in my hand? The material used to create this dagger came from a meteorite, it is able to cut through iron like mud. I call it, Kiss of Death, those who have seen it before are all in hell. Ligu straightforwardly laid down on the ground. Listening to Caesar's ruthless words, it was as if he had returned to the past. When his honor brought him into battle, he would frequently encounter situations like this, and he would have to listen to his honor's opening speech for an hour. Fuse with my cultivation technique again, I will become a phantom, go and die. Little dog. As an assassin, Caesar naturally wouldn't face his enemy head-on. He was able to fuse with the darkness and become one with the darkness. Adding with the dagger in his hand, he became the king of the darkness. Unfortunately, the one he met today was Lai Gu. If he met Tang Wushuang, a fight would definitely happen. Lai Gu laid on the ground and stretched out his claws again, just that, his claws became slightly longer. A white light flashed. Bringing along a dazzling golden light, this was the sound of metal colliding with metal, and also brought out sparks. Caesar, who was in the darkness, was stupefied. Looking at that big dog, but his face was filled with disbelief. Attack again. Bang! Sparks rang out once again. Caesar looked at the dagger in his hand blankly. Right now, 2 deep grooves had already appeared on the dagger. How is this possible? Kiss of Death is something that I snatched with my life. Its might is definitely one of the top 3 daggers in the world. But now, 2 grooves were actually cut out by the dog's claws. Lai Gu slowly stood up. I thought that his honor had given me a big mission, but in the end, it was still like this. I can't even compare to those prehistoric beasts. If only I had a summoning ability like the gluttonous monster, I wouldn't have to personally make a move. It is still much more comfortable to be in the gentle fragrance. 3 beautiful women, furthermore, all of them had eaten the meat of the golden crane. There is simply no one else. Impossible. Caesar's eyes were red, and the blue veins on his temples were bulging. The muscles all over his body instantly swelled up crazily, causing his black clothes to stretch. 18 deadly blades. This was Caesar's final trump card. He sacrificed his own speed to increase his strength. The strength that he increased was not just a little bit, but it was very majestic. Lai Gu looked at Caesar, who had disappeared, and shook his head. Why is there a need for a weak human to struggle? Can't he just kneel down and wait for death? It opened its bloody mouth and bit down at the void. As Lai Gu chewed, blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and dripped onto the grassland. Vomit. A dagger was spat out by Lai Gu. This piece of meat doesn't have any special taste. I really don't know why gluttonous monsters like to eat it so much. 18 blades of absolute killing. Caesar stared blankly at his right arm that had been bitten off in half. That was his strongest technique, but the dog had bitten off his arm before the first slash had even begun. Looking at the blood flowing out of the dog's mouth, he realized that his hand had already been eaten by it. Damn it! And now, Caesar finally knew why this dog had a disdainful look in its eyes. Just where did this dog come from? Could it be that my old enemy came looking for me? Seems like I can't continue wasting time like this. Escape is the best plan. Lai Gu licked his nose and instantly disappeared. This fellow actually wants to escape. Do you really think that you can escape? Naive human. In an instant, a black figure smashed onto the grassland from the sky like a cannonball. In the huge crater that had a diameter of 10 meters, the legendary king of assassins, Caesar, laid on the ground. However, he had already lost his former glory and was already on the verge of death. Just now, in that instant, Caesar didn't even know what hit him. His fur was like a whip, his entire body felt like it was falling apart, and right now, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Slowly walking into the crater, Lai Gu looked at Caesar, seemingly waiting for the other party to beg for mercy. After waiting for a long time, the other party still didn't beg for mercy. This is very illogical. Perhaps, after biting off one of his arms, he will beg for mercy. Without saying anything, Lai Gu directly bit off Caesar's left arm. However, he didn't eat it. He was preparing to roast it later on, not knowing how it would taste. As an assassin, Caesar didn't make a sound, even if both of his arms were bitten off. This man isn't bad. He still didn't beg for mercy even until now. Seeing that his courage is commendable, I shall grant him a quick death. Of course, I still have to let him know who exactly killed him. At this time, Lai Gu spat out a sentence and said gravely, "Weak human, for you to be able to die under his honor's command, it is heaven's grace. Properly repent with this grace." Caesar, who had lost too much blood, felt like he had regained his consciousness. His eyes were wide open. This dog was actually a lackey. There is still someone above it. How is this possible? I have never seen this kind of situation before. What is your honor's name? Caesar asked powerlessly. Weak human is not worthy to know his honor's name, however, you should feel honored to be able to enter my stomach. My stomach. Stomach. Fear finally appeared in Caesar's eyes. Because he didn't have his arms anymore, he could only use his legs to move backwards. Lai Gu smiled and said, "That's right, I plan to roast it and eat it. I heard that the taste is not bad, the supermarket is closed at this time, if not I would have gone to buy cumin powder." Caesar collapsed, he tried his best to climb out of the deep hole, but it was to no avail. When he turned his head around, it was no longer a dog's head, a huge dragon's head had appeared, and it was a dragon's head that didn't have any flesh and blood. As it opened its mouth, Caesar saw a black light condensing, then shooting towards him. His entire body felt warm, and his consciousness gradually disappeared. I returned to watching just to act cool and become a CEO's bodyguard, then step on the rich second generation. Why did the story end before it even started? Why? Lai Gu licked his lips. I shall treat it as a midnight snack. I am indeed a bit hungry. I swallowed it in one gulp. I feel that roasted is not bad. If I add some seasoning, it would also be a delicious dish. Go home and sleep. Now that I have a physical body, I can finally experience the feeling of being a human. My claws are truly a bit small. This time, those 3 women didn't have anything to say, right? I instantly unlocked 8,231 different positions, and I will only stop when the daily transaction amount reaches 1 trillion. Evil creature. Just as Lai Gu was reminiscing about the delicacy, a man who wore a green gown descended from the sky with a graceful posture. This opening would definitely be given 60 points, because Lai Gu had seen even more exaggerated openings. However, in the end, he was still beaten until he kneeled on the ground. Towards this man who suddenly appeared, Lai Gu did not have the mood to bother with him. I have to rush back and test the effect of having a human body. Chapter 72. Evil creature, watch my sword. Jian Yuan shouted lightly, then spread open both of his arms. The long sword on his back was immediately unsheathed, then transformed into a silver light and struck towards Lai Gu's head. I really can't eat anymore. Gluttonous monster is really a big eater. Burp. Lai Gu couldn't help but burp, causing Jian Yuan's brows to wrinkle. Why does this dog's expression look so much like a human? Looking around, it seemed like a battle had just taken place. Just when Lai Gu was preparing to insta-kill his opponent, a human figure appeared in the sky once again. The figure descended from the sky with a loud bang, causing a huge crater to appear on the ground. That flying sword was actually stepped on by that person, and what's more, it was stepped on by a high heel. Lai Gu slightly raised his head. I'll give this appearance 90 points. He has an imposing manner, adding on that mysterious and seductive back view, I'll give another 5 points. As for the remaining 5 points, I'll just have to look at his face. But how could this smell be so familiar? He seemed to have smelled it somewhere before. Young lady, what are you doing? Jian Yuan asked gravely. The clothes that the woman in front of me is wearing, is a bit exaggerated. It could be seen that she was wearing a golden mask, and her long hair was tied into a ponytail. That attire, why does it look like a high school student's school uniform? The little blue skirt was rather short, and the pair of red boots that she was wearing gave her a queen-like appearance. How can you bully a dog? You even made it bleed. Lai Gu, Jian Yuan was speechless. Miss, you have misunderstood. I didn't. Before Jian Yuan could finish speaking, Lai Gu let out a whimper and immediately fell onto the ground, looking as if he was about to die. When he saw the girl who turned her head around, Lai Gu was startled. Isn't this his honor's sister-in-law? Although Lai Gu was wearing a mask, he was still unable to hide from Lai Gu's dog eyes. That's right. The person who came was precisely Qing Yutong. In actuality, she had also discovered the existence of Caesar a long time ago, and only after her brother-in-law and big sister had turned off the lights did she go out of the house, and just so happened to see that the shadow was secretly running away, so she followed all the way here. Seeing that the McDonald's was still in business, she went into the McDonald's to buy a McFlurry, and when she came out of the McDonald's, she discovered that she had lost him, and only after searching for a long time did she finally find him. He didn't expect to see a dog abuser. It was really hateful. The dog was beaten to this state. Blood kept flowing out of its mouth. How pitiful. Miss, may I know your name? Qing Yutong rubbed onto Lai Gu's head, and the latter's face was filled with comfort. His Honor's sister-in-law is indeed extraordinary, her hands are so soft. Qing Yutong snorted, then said gravely, "You can call me pretty girl warrior. Punishing evil and promoting good is my specialty." She must be a Chinibyu girl who has been poisoned by cartoons. Punishing evil and promoting good? Your evil is right behind you. Jian Yuan was also a little stunned. Sailor Moon warriors? Alright, listen to me. You've really misunderstood. This dog is not an ordinary dog. It's definitely a vicious beast. I was just about to clean it up. Lai Gu fell onto the ground and moaned powerlessly. It seemed to be saying, how can a dog like me still have any lethality? He is lying. Looking at how miserable Lai Gu was, Qing Yutong snorted, I hate people like you who beat dogs the most. Hypocrites, draw your sword. Miss, this dog was alive and kicking just now. Don't be fooled. Besides, my sword is still under your feet, Jian Yuan said in embarrassment. Qing Yutong kicked the sword under her feet back to Lai Gu. If you want to keep your dog's life, you have to pass through me first. Jian Yuan was having a headache. Why is this miss so persistent? To protect a vicious beast, if I were to leave, what should I do if this miss gets attacked? If I were to uncover this dog's true face, this miss would still fall in love with me. This is truly killing two birds with one stone. Miss, what do I have to do for you to believe my words? I only believe in the facts in front of me. To actually bully a dog, you are a bad person. Lai Gu felt that what his Honor's sister-in-law said was right, I am a bad person. Jian Yuan had never seen this kind of girl before. Miss, I am a cultivator. Seeing that a vicious beast is here, I had no choice but to subdue it. If I have offended you in any way, I hope that you can forgive me. Jian Yuan said gravely. I definitely have to subdue this vicious beast, so I might as well just knock her out. I hope that this miss will not blame me. Qing Yutong twisted her neck, then shrugged her shoulders, come. Miss, sorry for offending you. Jian Yuan said lightly, and his body gradually faded. This speed. When Jian Yuan reappeared, he was already behind Qing Yutong, and with a chop of his hand, he wanted to knock Qing Yutong out. However, when the chop of his hand chopped down, it only chopped onto the air. To be more precise, it chopped onto Qing Yutong's shadow. This caused Jian Yuan's gaze to become serious, and he prepared to dodge, but it was already too late. The back of his head felt a pain, and he fainted. Qing Yutong clapped her hands, competing with me in speed, you are truly looking for shit in the toilet. Lai Gu's mouth was wide open. His Honor's sister-in-law actually has this kind of strength, this is simply 666. However, wasn't she in Qing Yutong? Why did she suddenly appear here? Little darling, do you want big sister to send you to the hospital? Qing Yutong found a rope from God knows where and tied Jian Yuan up, then hung him on a tree. Only then did Qing Yutong arrive in front of Lai Gu. Lai Gu did not want to go to the hospital. He slowly stood up and had an expression that said, even if I die, I don't want to be treated. Qing Yutong could be seen grabbing onto Lai Gu's tail, you can't leave, if you leave, you will die. Dragging Lai Gu along, Qing Yutong walked towards the pet hospital. Lai Gu's heart was filled with despair. Your Honor, quickly come and control your sister-in-law, she is simply too savage, she actually dragged me all the way here, and she even said that she is a dog lover, that is all nonsense. When Lai Gu came out from the pet hospital, an iron chain was tied around his neck, and the iron chain was even that super thick kind. De Huang, I saved your life today, in the future, follow me and eat and drink well. Qing Yutong said happily. If I remember correctly, Big Sister is most afraid of big dogs. Lai Gu's eyes were filled with despair, but he did not dare to be disrespectful towards Qing Yutong. De Huang, why did you even paint your nails with color, and it's even red, so sissy, your previous owner was so perverted. Qing Yutong held on to Lai Gu's hand and walked on the empty street, it was too uncoordinated. Lai Gu was very tired. They are all just my maids, Your Honor, save me, your sister-in-law is going to strangle me to death. If I were to be seen by His Honor like this, where would I even have any face left? No, I definitely can't, I have to run. Lai Gu could be seen sprinting and instantly breaking free from De Huang's grasp. Qing Yutong snorted, here comes another one who is competing with me in speed. De Huang, you won't be able to escape from me. Just obediently accept your fate. Lai Gu felt that His Honor's wife is much better now, she is so gentle, this sister-in-law is simply too savage. This De Huang seems to have some skills, he actually disappeared. Qing Yutong stood at the intersection and looked around. Master, perhaps what that person said is true, that dog is a ferocious beast. Qing Yutong pouted her mouth, if he really is a ferocious beast, why didn't he attack me just now? And he even had an expression of despair on his face, he is too cute. Chapter 73. I know, but this is a battle of attrition, it won't be defeated in a short period of time. Qing Yutong said. So, we have to complete missions and obtain mission points, then we can exchange them for useful prizes. Qing Yutong said petulantly, you want me to hug your thighs, yet you don't give me advance, how am I supposed to get chicken dinner? Master, don't be impatient, wasn't your brother-in-law very weak in the beginning? Now, he has become stronger. Forget it, I am going home to sleep, I am so sleepy, who knows where that black-clothed man ran off to? Qing Yutong yawned and said doubtfully, never would she have thought that she had already entered Lai Gu's stomach. Who asked Master to be so gluttonous? Who asked McDonald's to not close in the middle of the night, and then suddenly want to eat sweets, should I go and buy one? The next morning, when Yihua woke up from his sleep, the first thing he did was to look at his chest. Luckily, there was no more saliva. Seems like Qing Ya's bad habit was finally changed, but another bad habit appeared, hugging onto me like an octopus, making me look like a female hoodlum. Yihua, what time is it? The beauty in his embrace suddenly asked. 7:00. Yihua took a look at the clock. Oh, let me sleep again. Rubbing onto Yihua's chest, Qing Ya pursed her lips. Yihua asked faintly, what? Not going to work today? Didn't you say not to let me? I already told you yesterday, don't talk, I am very sleepy. Qing Ya only fell asleep at 1:00 last night, expressing that she didn't want to get up. This Qing Ya, is she treating me as a pillow? However, sleeping on the Supreme Overlord's chest, in this world, only this woman can do that. Of course, there is also another woman who slept on it. 1 hour passed very quickly, Yihua patted that sexy perky butt, it's about time, get up. Qing Ya let out a heavy nasal sound, she was actually acting coquettishly. Yihua didn't care so much, he directly carried Qing Ya and walked into the washroom. Qing Ya, who was half asleep, hung on Yihua's body like a koala bear. Stand up straight. Yihua said lightly. Qing Ya released Yihua petulantly and said coquettishly, why are you like this? Brush your teeth and wash your face, then go and buy breakfast. Humph. Quickly get out, I want to go to the toilet. Qing Ya pushed Yihua out of the door, then fiercely closed the door. This woman pushed him again. Looking at her own reflection in the mirror, Qingye couldn't help but stroke her own reflection. So beautiful. After washing up, Qingye regained her usual demeanor and asked faintly, "How many Chinese jianbing do you want to eat?" Yihua walked into the bathroom. "One will do." "Oh." Qingye wore an ordinary sportswear, walked out of the bedroom, and knocked on her sister's door. Yutong. Yutong. "Big sister, what are you doing? It's so early in the morning, do you want to eat Chinese jianbing?" Qingye asked. "Don't want to." Qing Yutong had also eaten a mala chicken burger and fried chicken wings last night, and she had eaten until she was stuffed. Qingye shook her head helplessly and walked out of the bar by herself. These two scoundrels, they kept on saying that they wanted to take care of me, a pregnant woman, but in the end, it is me who is taking care of them. Around 10 minutes later, Qingye came back. While holding on to 2 Chinese crepes, Qingye had a curious look on her face. "What's the matter?" Yihua took over the Chinese jianbing from Qingye's hands and asked. "It's nothing, just now, I heard from someone who was jogging that there was a man who was wearing an ancient costume tied up at a certain park in the west of the city, and there was even a sign hanging on his chest, saying that the man was a dog abuser. A dagger that was stained with blood was also found at the scene." Qingye lightly bit on a mouth of her Chinese jianbing and said. Yihua didn't think too much into it, and then? After that, he was taken away by the police. It was said that even the rope couldn't be untied. It's really mysterious. Qingye said with a deadpan expression, and her appearance was a bit cute. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open by Qing Yutong, and Qing Yutong, who was wearing a headscarf, looked at the two of them. "Brother-in-law, big sister, why didn't you call me to eat breakfast?" "Qing Yutong, can you knock on the door before you enter?" "I've already asked you." Qingye criticized harshly. "If I were to do that with Yihua, what would I do if I were to bump into him? My God, what am I thinking, how could I possibly do that with him? Sis, can you take sleep talk seriously? Go and buy it yourself." Qingye said petulantly. "Big sister, I am still young, do I have to go out like this?" "Eat mine then, I won't be able to eat so much anyways." Qingye took out her own fruit jianbing, and Qing Yutong took it over happily. "What are you two chatting about?" Qingye said faintly, "Nothing much, I was just tied up in the park by myself." "There was such a thing. What happened after that?" Qing Yutong asked curiously. "He was taken away by the police." "Yutong, don't talk about this first, if you want to broadcast, big sister has already done it for you. If you have time in these few days, go and do some publicity." Qing Yutong said dispiritedly, "Got it." "What's wrong? You don't want to do it anymore?" Seeing her little sister's expression, Qingye knew that her little sister was thinking of backing out. Qing Yutong had been abused for an entire day, and her confidence had long been gone. At this time, Yihua asked, "Qingye, did those people transfer the money over?" "What money?" Without waiting for Qingye to reply, Qing Yutong rushed to ask first. Qingye laughed lightly, "Your brother-in-law won 100 billion last night." "What? 100 billion? Brother-in-law, please take care of me." Qing Yutong instantly sat beside Yihua, pulled onto Yihua's arm and said sweetly. Yihua sized her up for a while, "Her looks aren't bad." Qing Yutong very cooperated with Yihua and struck a pose, then lightly bit her lower lip. "Brother-in-law, how is it, scram?" Qingye ruthlessly sent out a palm strike. Qing Yutong rubbed her head and said pitifully, "Big sister, why are you being so serious? I was just joking." "Qingye, I am asking you a question. Has the money arrived yet?" Yihua asked faintly. "Yihua, those people won't give you money." In an instant, Qing Yutong was in a bad mood. "Who is so arrogant to not pay the money after losing? Tell me, I will go and check the accounts." "Not paying?" Yihua smiled lightly. "At that time, it won't just be a matter of paying back the money." Just when Qingye was about to continue speaking, her phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was actually her father who called. Qingya let out a breath and answered the call. Qingya, what was going on last night? Qing Huaxian questioned on the phone. I received a call from Xiao family early in the morning today. My daughter actually gambled with them. Is she crazy? Most importantly, she even won. Qingya didn't expect that her father would actually ask her with this kind of tone, and her mood immediately became bad. Nothing much, I just won 100 billion. Qingya said faintly, you're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.